How y'all feeling? I don't got shit to talk about tonight, Becky. I don't shit to talk about tonight. I just decided to go live for no reason at all. No reason at all.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of this beloved community. We would like to take the time to say thank you for your continued support. We humbly appreciate all donations in the form of Cash App, PayPal, Super Chat, Patreon, and or via channel memberships. All of your contributions are greatly appreciated. Again, thank you for all that you do to show your support.
Hey, how y'all doing tonight, though? In the building. Hey, what's good, Alicia? What's good, Alicia? Salute to all the sisters that's been supporting me. Elizabeth, His Lady Legs, Your Sweet Place, Everything's Love. All you day one sisters, y'all so loyal. Believe me, I know you. I remember you. I appreciate y'all, sisters, because y'all be supporting your boy through the thick and thin, through the hate, through everything. I know this handful of sisters that I can call all their names, and they riding for your boy Becky. Hit 'em. Hey y'all, you know how it be sometime you just want to go live, but you don't got shit to talk about? Won't y'all give me something to talk about? Ask some questions. Drop some fucked up links so I can. Anybody got some clips I can react to? Especially from the black unconscious community. Give me some shit to debunk. Give me something to roast. We turning up tonight. We having a casual stream. We ain't motherfucking being uptight. It's Friday night. We gonna drop bombs all mother freaking night. I'm gonna play some of my beats. Gonna let y'all do what you wanna do. It's on y'all. I wanna know who wanna run their mouth late night with Sanchez, Becky? Who out there up late night with your boy on this good old Friday night? I'm sipping on some Modelo. Tired of me dropping bombs yet? It's Saturday night, guys. Who got some soap? Who got some tea? Who got some wine? Who wanna come up late night? Can't sleep. We up drinking. It's Friday. It's the weekend. We listening to them beats by Sanchez. We in the house. Everybody need to hit that like button for your boy. Hit that like button for your boy. If once we get the likes up, I'm gonna drop the link out there. And once we get the likes up, I mean I'm gonna start letting people on. So we can pop this thing on off. Alicia sipping those vodka and pineapple. Look at you. Yeah. He should get right on this Friday night. Getting right on a Friday night. Hell yeah, that vodka and pine. You can't go wrong with no vodka and pineapple. I want some. Listen, let's get some controversy going tonight, Becky. Where the smoke at? Where the tea at? Where the wine at? It's late night. Where the clips at y'all want to roast? Who we need to debunk? We need to roast. Come on, let's stir some shit up. This Friday night, guys.
What up, though?
What up, Miss Free? What it do? What it do?
I almost my heart jumped out when I seen you my notification. I said, yes.
Hey man, I
What it
said,
is, bro?
hey,
What's
you know
up?
what? Hey, what's good, my nigga Q? What's good? What's good? Hey, guess what, y'all? Everybody can stay unmuted tonight. Fuck that. No mute button tonight. No mute button. Fuck that. Fuck that. No mute button. We about to get it in. Hey, fuck the mute
This is
button
gonna be
tonight.
hilarious.
Fuck a mute button tonight. We what a family at, man. What a family. Hey, I said, nigga, I said, ain't nobody up, even though it's Friday. You motherfuckers up. We about to get it in. Who we gonna roast tonight? What's the tea? What's the wine? All the cause I've been holding back on a lot of shit. Somebody said, speak on young Pharaoh, be this wife. Y'all really trying to turn
I
up,
don't
ain't
even
it?
know who that is.
They really trying to turn up. I'm not gonna do it. Y'all ain't gonna make me do that. Hey, what y'all
Rolling.
sipping on, Miss Free? What y'all sipping on, y'all?
Shit, I just
I
got
just
through
got
like 3
a
blunts.
6-pack.
You
Oh,
what
she
your
said
ass?
you got a 6-pack?
Yeah.
I just
You
got through smoking a couple blunts, man.
nigga, your ass still up. What time it is in the shot?
2?
That's what's good. You gonna be up, nigga. You gonna see the sun come up tonight, nigga.
I've been up to like 5 or 6 for like the past week, literally. So I'm equipped for this.
Hey, that's what's good, man. Hey, Miss Free, you know I got to fuck with you, right? Cause they giving Kwame hell. I ain't gonna lie, man. I had my little criticism about Kwame, but I feel sorry for that nigga
What
now.
happened?
He got no, I'm just saying, every
What?
time I go to his channel,
Uh,
he got to defend himself. Goddamn, hey, you know.
and it's crazy because I'd be like, I wouldn't say shit no more. I'm like, I'm tired of talking to y'all. Whatever.
He got caught up in the matrix
Man,
though. He got it he'll learn. It's gonna take him a little while of beefing. He'll get tired of that shit and he'll learn. That's how it be on YouTube.
yep. That's all it is. That's all it is.
That happened to everybody though, kind of getting a good following. But look how they do Kevin Samuels, and he'd be like, does he even reply to anybody?
But see, I ain't gonna lie. When you get big as him, you'll be happen to reply to so many motherfuckers. Man, he's so big. He got so many damn haters. See, if he were to be like Kwame, he wouldn't even be able to talk to them women no more. Cause every fucking show will be. I'm telling you, when Kwame get his haters up and numbers up to like on some Kevin shit, he'll realize, man, I ain't got time for these little niggas. But see, he
But the
enjoy.
funny thing about,
Mhm.
go ahead.
No, I think he enjoying this shit because he winning. Like he's humorous. He able to fire back good. You know.
Yeah.
What somebody saying? It's a mindset. What you say? Well, he got swaddled up in the matrix. I guess, nigga. I don't know. That's on him. My whole thing is I wouldn't keep responding. I don't have the patience. Like after I say something, I can't. I'm not gonna keep defending myself when I didn't do nothing wrong.
I mean, shit, either he could just keep dropping bombs on niggas and not even responding back to him if that's his thing, or shit, he could just move on to doing the positive message thing, like, doing whatever for the youth. It's like you might as well curve it into something positive, because if not, motherfuckers gonna stop following after a certain point.
That's what it's
Yeah,
trending towards, Q.
but you know why are they probably not? Because he's still not flagging people's videos, whether they talk good about him or bad. People still getting money.
Yeah, because it's like ain't no purpose of flagging the videos if I'm finna dog the shit out of somebody.
They should have left him alone. That's how I see it. Shouldn't have been talking shit.
And I start to do a show on Bezos' ass, man.
What do you do?
This little lunch. You saw the little machine he went up on. That shit looked ridiculous. It looked like hold on, what that shit looked like. I'm about to show y'all this shit. Hold up.
The motherfucking phallus.
God.
That shit
Let's
so
see.
raggedy, man. I said, folks, really? And motherfuckers was standing out there just to watch him take off, disappear, and come back, and they was crying and shit. That's what I was telling y'all. This shit is a religion, bro. I don't see how you can shed a
Yeah.
tear from a nigga just lunch it off into the motherfucking sky.
It's sad, dog, and it's just like, man, ain't no live footage of these niggas on fucking craft with they fucking phones penetrating the goddamn tourist field. It's like y'all been blew out the water because y'all already admitted we've lost the technology we used to go to the moon, and we ain't built it back since, and we don't know what the fuck happened to it.
Shit, we saw the Challenger blow up. I don't know what the fuck they got going on.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that shit.
What was Apollo 13? I know what was the name of damn, that was the name of the ship. I'm tripping. Damn. Yeah, so I'm about to show y'all this bullshit, man. You know, Elon Musk on SpaceX. This dude on Virgin Galactic. I read an article today that said that the future of space will be in the hand of the world's richest billionaires. And for the first time ever, the history of space exploration will be privately written versus like, you know, from the scientists, from like your NASA's and all that. And I'm saying to myself, the shit been private. NASA's a private motherfucking organization. But, you know, shit getting crazy, man.
I go to what you was talking about with Lil Uzi Vert, like with him trying to own his own planet and shit, bro. They about to privatize this shit. We gotta take him literally. Like niggas gonna be able to join someone else's almost like world they create. Like that shit can get pretty crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Man, ain't nobody paying attention to nothing.
Yeah, it's a lot of crazy
Yep.
shit going on at this time, bro.
Cause y'all listen to this. Y'all notice how in this Olympics we getting straight beat on everything that we used to be dominant in. Cause while we over here arguing about the baby and we having 45, the rest of the countries is doing what they got to do. We straight getting beat in the Olympics over there. Even in basketball, all the stuff that we were dominant at, because over here we be worried about the wrong shit.
Hey, I just dropped
It's
the
almost
link.
getting to a point where you feel like
Hey,
go ahead.
hold on, I'm sorry. Aquarius G, do me a favor, my brother. Click the link, Aquarius G. I would like to meet you and holler at you and build with you on what you're saying. Go ahead, my brother. Salutes to my panel.
Oh no, you's good. What was Aquarius G talking about?
Nah, he was just saying Dread's been going hard at me. I like the competition. I ain't mad. I just would like to hear from you what exactly you mean, because you just enlightened me to something I ain't know about. But yeah, y'all go ahead.
It's scripted.
Yep. Well.
I spoke about it a year or two ago, but no one really was trying to take what I had to say serious. So I ain't tripping.
What you had spoke about a year or two ago, Miss Free, enlighten them again.
Do you remember when anybody worried about the Olympics? No, you remember every day 45 was saying something crazy, dominating the news every single day. So I thought about it. I was like, hey, hold on. I was like, we ain't hearing about nothing but what's coming out of his mouth. What the hell else is going on? I say, they trying to distract us, because he is just talking crap. Every day he was all over the news. Now, what's the last thing someone heard about 45? Oh, okay. But there was a time when you couldn't keep him off the news. He was always saying something ignorant.
I'm not even sure if they done using Trump yet. To be real,
Guess
they
what?
might still have more
When
shit they got to do with this motherfucker.
when the next election? Hey, what's good, Big Dread? You heard somebody in the chat room said that you going in on me. They shouldn't say it like that. They ought to say he's challenging your teachings, so it sound a little bit more better that way. I think sometimes folks, they want it to go left. But if someone challenging my teachings, I fucking hey, that's what it is. That's what's good. Hell yeah, that's exciting. That's what it's about. That's how
Oh
that's
yeah, that's why as soon as I heard my name, I jumped on the panel. You already know what it is. I don't play no games, so I want to see what he have to say that I said, so I can be here face to face when this shit go down. You feel me?
now guess what's gonna
I
happen?
know he's not the president.
He's not gonna get on now. But check it out though. I'm gonna say this to everybody in the chat room and everybody listening. You can challenge folks' teachings, and it ain't always gotta be looked at as no beef thing. Actually, I think my best shows are debates. So I hopefully somebody can challenge my teachings tonight. That'll be fun. I ain't right on everything. The question is who can shake up the table and find the loose parts of it. Who can see what I'm saying? But still sharp and still. We just building, man. It's a casual night. Anybody can unmute, interject, you know what I'm saying? Say no to the mute button. We getting it in tonight. Loose to you.
Appreciate you having me on, my brother. But like always, you know, that's where I come from that too. I love a good debate, and that's what it is. But I don't know. Recently, I've been going pretty hard on the conscious community, so I don't really know what he talking about.
Yeah. And you know something? Hold up, y'all. Hey, deeper than Forex, what's good? Will J, what's good? Welcome to the bill. Anybody need the link? Let me know.
The problem is people just don't stay in their lane and mind their business. They always worry about what somebody else doing.
Yeah, I
Focus
think,
on what you got going on.
you know what? I'm going to tell you what it is right now. I told people this. Me and Dreads don't agree on everything. We ain't got to. He don't, like I told them, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dreads. Dreads don't agree with all of the symbolism and shit like that. Like, I think one of Dread's philosophy is we don't really know the history of all the symbols and all the different monuments that we uh find the symbols at. So I mean that's a valid argument. Like we don't really know the true dates of these things. I think people think that that's kind of challenging me, but what they don't realize is that if Dred's debunking carbon dating ain't the foundation of syncretism. So that's what I think the mistake they making. They think I'm like when I refer to symbols and I talk ancient stuff, I'm not mentioning dates. And if someone debunking dates, then that's what's up because we know the Gregorian calendar all fucked up. It ain't 2021 right now.
Facts. I think you know what I think it is, man. Honestly, besides the side, besides everybody want to know the truth. I think a lot of people is just bored out their mind, man. And drama sells,
All the time.
and it's entertaining. So that's why I always be telling people, man, don't even if somebody's like, yo, because even remember when I had jumped on a while back, yo, Dre, I think bro Sanchez is popping shit. I'm like, listen, man, I don't want to hear that. I don't care. No, if he going after my information, man, let that man do it. Man, I hope he destroy the shit. Because if he destroyed, that means that one, I was wrong, and now I know the damn truth. I don't care about that, man. Sometimes, man, the chat can be toxic, man. So that's why I try to pay not too much mind to it. But like I say, man, like you said earlier, still sharp and still, man. In order for us to grow, we can't. There's no way we can agree on everything. That'll make us look foolish. That's not expanding your mind. It's just you shaking your head. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I never was that, and I'll never be that. And I hope that none of us be like that. We need to literally challenge everything, question everything. Because like I said before, when I came out of my mother womb, these people was already here lying. These people had hundreds and thousands of years to create a infrastructure of lies before I got here. So even the time I started walking this earth as a baby, this infrastructure was already built around me. So every single thing that entered my ears was bullshit. Everything. And if you don't have if you can't think logically to know that if you was born in a world that it's full of lies, I don't know what to tell you. Because like I say, man, they've been planning this shit before we got here, bro. So I that's why I stripped myself down and I say, you know what, I'm gonna question everything. Dude, I done did live streams where I question my own teachings. So it ain't like I'm really nitpicking and none of that. No, I don't just stick to one thing. Nigga, I question everything, dude. Ancient Greece, ancient Rome, ancient Kemet. I don't care. I'm challenging all of it because I
Now,
don't know what these people put out there for us. But go ahead.
let me say to anybody that's in the chat room who brought up that Dreads was challenging me, come on up. I promise you it'll be respect. And just let us
Rome,
both
ancient Kemet. I don't care.
yeah, let us both know, you know what I'm saying? Where you think the challenge is at so we can have fun. It ain't nothing to be scared of. We can have fun. Do it. And let's just, you know, pass the mic around. I put the link out there. We got P Dot joining too. Y'all don't have to stay muted if y'all don't want to. At any given time you want to unmute and cut in, do so. Could change the narrative. Ain't no topic. We just saying politicking on Friday night.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Word. Bro, I was walking to work maybe 2 days ago, right? In the parking lot, just parked, whatever. When I first was walking in, the moon was lower to the horizon. I go in at 11 p.m. Eastern time. I'm down here in Georgia. So the moon was lower to the horizon and it was orange. It was like a blood moon, waxing gibbous, whatever, however you say it. You know what I mean? Most 3/4 full. You feel me? So I go back out for lunch around 3 a.m. It's white, right in the sky. So I'm trying to figure out what's changing the moon color like that. Like,
let me explain something to you, man. Real talk. That's a good question. I'm laughing because it's funny to hear people like it's good. I'm actually happy, but it's funny to hear people walking outside making these observations like, what the fuck, why the moon doing that? I don't know why that's funny right now, but check this out, bro.
when I pull up, I'm high as a kite when I clock in, bro. So you already know I'm on some other shit.
Hey, that's what's good, man.
Hey, yo, what
I bet
time it was? What time it was when you saw that? What time it was when you saw that?
It was like 10:55 p.m.
At night?
Yeah,
You want me to fuck your head up real quick?
go ahead.
I got some pictures. That wasn't even the moon, dog. That was actually the sun. I hope you know that. I caught that bitch, bro. Let me tell you something. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Because at first I thought it was the moon too, but it wasn't. Me and the wife, we drive it to the store. This happened tonight. We drive it to the store, right? It was by 8. It had to be around by a little after 8 o'clock. And matter of fact, I had just got on my live stream. I was telling people in my live stream, yo, I'm about to go to the store, whatever the case may be. So we driving, the sun is setting. We driving to the store. The shit was so big, I promise you, I took pictures and made a video about it. It was 5 times bigger than the average sun, bro. And it was setting, and the bitch was orange. Oh, not orange, it was like red. It was like a reddish looking
peachy type.
color.
Like,
And I
yeah, I
didn't
know.
see it in the sky. I saw it in my goddamn rearview mirror, nigga. I put this on my kids. Bro, I stopped in the middle of traffic, my nigga. Like this shit really, Scared me. Cause I didn't see it at first. I just seen this big ass shit in my rearview mirror. And I looked, I'm like, what the fuck is that? Nigga, I stopped the car, nigga, in the middle of the road. My wife was like, what's going on? I'm like, man, look at that shit. Nigga, I'm in the middle of traffic, nigga. I pull out my phone and everything. I'm taking pictures, traffic coming out. I don't give a fuck. I never seen nothing like that before. And I got the footage, man. That shit looked crazy. I don't know if that's some shit they doing or some shit going. I don't know though, but I got y'all. I got the pictures and the video on my phone, bro. But that wasn't the moon, bro. That was the sun looking
Hey, that's
crazy.
funny.
Like,
That's funny that you say that one the moon though, cause it was like 87 that night, 87, 84 degrees. Like we in the warehouse like fuck, cause it's 10 degrees hotter, wherever it is outside. But it was 84, 87 degrees that night. I know it's summer, but shit, like it was hitting a little
bro,
different.
it was 89. Matter of fact, right now it's still like 87 outside at night. Damn near 90 degrees, bro. And I'm not even capping, man. It is hot. Some shit is really, bro. That's why I think they trying to cover up the sun, man. They trying to. That shit melting. That shit melting Antarctica, bro, or the ring, whatever, the ring, what, how we call it. That shit is melting that shit, bro. And they trying to stop that shit, bro. That's what I think. That's what I believe.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
what I
'cause
wanted to
that's a
bring up with y'all. That's what the fuck. Now this gonna be off subject and my bad. But you know, I was watching the brother Hassan Campbell today, and he started talking about aliens and all this shit. And I thought to myself, it's amazing how many big ass channels who folks be like, yo, this person got the truth right here. And they still believe in ET. And it be cats who be like, fuck these religions, fuck all that. We gotta wake up, man. The mothership and and Anunnaki. And I be like, bro, you really think you out of the church? Anunnaki is just Jesus. Like, that's what I want to bring up with y'all. How what we calling aliens today, this little green man shit, that was the original religion, Sky Daddy religion. That's what I want to talk to y'all about, Sky Daddies, man. Like how folks think they woke, but they still got some form of some shit that's gonna come from the sky and do some kind of divine works, on earth. I'm telling y'all right now, if you subscribe to somebody and they calling themselves woke, whenever you hear them talk about some shit coming out the sky for cataclysm and all that shit, it's religion. You sleep.
what you and you also did some foreplay with what you said when you said something was gonna come from the sky. Like what they're doing with this technology in the sky is that when you said it's going to come from the sky. I mean, it's literally coming from the sky. Like you'll see it happen in the sky because not only are they terraforming the earth, they're terraforming the sky too. So they could really trick some people thinking like these things are coming down from the sky by projecting something in the air. They're already doing it with drones if you look it up online. And they're even spreading like these barcodes in the sky with their drones, and that's going to be some of the first projecting sequences before anything else happens.
Shout out to you,
Yeah, it's
my little bro.
Project Bluebeam.
Shout out to you, Jason. What's good, Angel? And what's good, P
What's going
Dot and,
on?
and Troopy? Welcome. Tyreek, what's good?
Yo, so cause this shit got me fucked up, bro. Listen. So is the sun passing behind the moon when this shit going on? Cause I know we on a plane, bro. Like,
Yeah,
is the
check it out.
sun passing behind the moon?
Check it out, right? You know when you see the moon close to the horizon and it's big and orange, like you said, you notice it's always close to the horizon. In order for me to explain what's going on to you, let me go ahead and screen share real quick, man. Hold up, everybody. Let me get the screen shares up. All right, check this out. Sorry about that, y'all. Let's get this straight here. All right, that's cool. That's cool. So check this out, right? If you look at the sun and moon on this Hebrew cosmos, my brother, I think y'all said this, but I'm just gonna piggyback on it, kind of repeat it with the images. I think because you're seeing the moon close to the horizon, the moon may be in alignment with the sun. For example, like it may be a weird alignment to where we know the moon is holographic. You can see the blue sky through the moon during the day, the black sky during the night. But what if the spectrum of light that make the daylight bleed through the night sky, but without illuminating it? You know what I'm saying? Like you look, it's nighttime, you looking at the moon and it's lighting up the same color of the sun. But could some of that sunlight,
Oh,
yeah,
so is that the daytime moon on the people that's getting the sun right now? Are they getting the daytime moon? Is that what the fuck be going on? You get what I'm saying? You know
yeah.
how we get the daytime moon sometimes, right?
Well, I'm just theorizing. I ain't sure. Now, one easy theory on this is that the moon is just dynamic. It gets big, it gets small, it gets different colors, and it does it when it want to, meaning we can't predict it. The moon is dynamic. That's another one.
So, because I was trying to tie this into the black sun too, bro. Like, what you think about the black sun?
Good question. Look, the black sun, let me show you something. A lot of people got theories on the black sun, but the truth about it is this right here. I'm gonna keep this up and I'm finna go to another image real quick. Just hold on. Watch this. The black sun is so easy, right? All right, where that? Here we go. Here's the black sun. Look at this collage, everybody. And then let's go back to the black sun real quick. Anybody having a syncretic moment right now?
Hold on. Do it again. Do it one more time. One more time.
Yeah, and let
Look
me
like
know.
the Mayan calendar.
Yeah, let me know. Yeah, let me know when you see. Look at this collage,
So,
everybody.
let me ask you this though, bro. Let me ask you this. Symbolically, I see that. But physically, I feel like we actually see the black sun when a solar eclipse happens. I think we actually see that with our actual eyes that really can't see the whole spectrum of shit. That's the times we can see it, like the physical body of it.
I don't think we actually ever see the black sun.
Have y'all ever seen that? Whenever sometimes you'll just look at, okay, I don't know, like if you look directly at the sun or if you see a reflection of the sun or something like that, there's like a black hole in the middle of it, like a little black hole, like it looks like static or something.
And when you look at that a black sun, or what we're calling it right now, if you look at the way it's designed, it really represents a spinning motion, which is equivalent to a vortex that's spinning. And that's how this world is currently being generated. That's what the Mayans were studying about and what our ancient ancestors were looking into. And that's how these maps weren't really exactly maps, but they were really actually just messages. They were trying to tell you in symbiotic form in order to awaken something in your mind that would tell you that the Earth is actually just being vibrated
They would
and
now everything you saying true about vibration, but these maps, people did use them to get around. So they did have a
yeah, they did. Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying that they're also meant to spread a message
that's true.
that there's a spinning vortex deep down in the center that's generating the world.
And that's what I was
Hey,
telling
listen.
this. That's what I was telling this brother that the black sun is. We never see the black sun. What's
So let me
happening?
ask you this then, bro.
Okay.
What is that when the solar eclipse happens? What is that eclipse in the sun? It's not the moon.
That's
Okay.
definitely the moon because you
No,
can see the
it's
moon
not the
eclipsing the
moon.
sun.
Fuck no, that
I
is not the
watched
moon.
it a few years ago, like in person without glasses. Like I watched the moon go in front of the sun and cause darkness. You know
It's
what I
not the
mean? Like
moon. That's not the moon. So okay, if that was the moon, then you saying it take on different properties.
Nah, I don't think it's the moon, bro. It's not the moon. Bro Sanchez, remember this? I had a viral
Rahu and
video on my
Ketu.
old on my old live stream. That shit went viral. We actually tracked the moon during the whole total solar eclipse.
It's not the moon.
What they claimed this location was the moon was actually on the opposite side of the world based on us tracking the moon. But the solar eclipse still took place when the moon was nowhere to be found. And guess what? The name of the TV station that was actually tracking the solar eclipse. I guarantee you won't believe it.
what's that?
It was
Rahu or
called. It
Ketu or
was
some
called
shit.
Ken. It was
Yeah.
called Kentu. Yeah, it was called Kentu. That was the name of the actual station that was covering the solar eclipse.
Hey, Dread, he
It's not
talking
a
about that Rahu
coincidence, bro.
Ketu. That's
Hold
that
on.
Vedic astronomy.
Yes.
All right. So like what I was observing was not so because I wasn't tracking the moon, and I ain't gonna say y'all wasn't. So because I went outside and I watched the eclipse, and I was like, damn, this is crazy. You know what I mean? We all watched the sky get dark and shit. So that was not the moon, is what y'all saying.
No.
Yeah,
That wasn't a moon. First of all, you got to think about this too. NASA is right now trying to explain why we cannot see the moon going across the sun. They're literally trying to explain why you cannot see it with the naked eye. So whatever you seen probably was something else. But they're not going to be spending millions of dollars trying to explain why we can't see it, and we got somebody on the panel claiming that they saw it. You see, because we never was able to see it. They know this. They know we cannot just look up and actually see the moon go across the sun and block out the sun. The only thing we actually see is that is the sun starting to just get darker. That's it. That's what you see. Matter of fact, during that viral live stream that I did, my wife and my daughter, they was out there filming it during the actual solar eclipse, and the video footage that they captured on the P900, you don't see no moon, bro. You do not see no moon.
Hey, you don't.
Hey,
all
can
you
I
see,
chime in?
all you see is that the sun just start to get gobbled up. Nothing comes in from the side or nothing like that. It is something that's happening. The sun is actually. Just say the sun is a flashlight. Now, say I take my hand and come from the side and start it going across the front of that flashlight. That'll be a little mini eclipse you'll see on the wall. Now, y'all get what I'm saying? Like you would never see.
Hey, bro.
That's what they say Rahu and Ketu is, bro.
That's what I'm saying. Are we seeing we actually seeing the black sun when that happens?
But if somebody did that, you would be able to see that hand. You know what I mean? The hand wouldn't just be like it wouldn't be a transparent hand that turns black.
Hold on. Listen. I'm not saying it's a hand doing it. I was using that as an example, just like I'm not saying the sun is a flashlight either. I'm making an example, right? If you got a flashlight on in a dark room and you make a circle on a wall with that flashlight. Let's say that circle on the wall is the sun. Now, my hand is coming around the top of the flat. My hand, right? My hand is coming across the top of the flashlight. You would never see nothing obstruct the light on the wall until my hand actually touched the lens and start, and it'll be small, and then it'll cover the whole thing. That's all I'm saying. You would never see my hand approach from the side on that wall, because I'm saying I'm covering a flashlight lens directly with my hand on it. All you would see is a circle on the wall, and then all of a sudden it'll just start getting swallowed up.
But think about it. It only happens a few amount of times.
That's
So
what
whatever this is happening also really fast, really quick, and then it's over with.
That's what I'm
So
saying, bro.
Yeah,
The black sun wouldn't appear that many times, bro.
I don't think it's the black sun
well,
though, bro.
I don't think
the Vedic cultures, they speak of.
Yeah, I don't think
Hey, can I chime in real quick?
how many times and all that stuff don't matter. If you think about what I'm telling you, that's how we witness this phenomena. That's why I'm screen sharing right now. Go ahead.
I would
Yeah,
just say
mic
I
check.
think they more shadow bodies or whatever these dark things are. I feel like they could be potentially some type of primordial type creation with the sun and moon, to where, you know, maybe they are just dark bodies that every once in a while cross over. And you know, in the Vedic, they talk about Rahu and Ketu and how one is meant to cover the sun while the other is responsible for giving the moon phases. So I mean, these things basically, they just block out. That's what they do. They're like they're nodes.
So what?
That's all
Hey,
terminology. They all representing the same thing. Like, that's all I'm saying. Whether we call it the black sun, whatever, the black hand, it represent the same thing. Even when Bro Sanchez bring up the symbology behind it, like, it represents the same thing. Life and manifest, whatever. I don't know, but I feel like we actually physically see it.
So let me ask this real quick. If let's say the sun and the moon are like up and down, being negative and positive, like right and left. You know what I mean? Would Rahu and Ketu be the up and down, like the four-way cross? But they would be like two black shadows. Like, you know what I mean? Like you say it wasn't the black sun, but then again you said it was a shadow object. Yeah, right, but which is black. As you know what I mean? So like
Look,
so there would be two polar black objects versus two polar light objects. You know what I mean?
Well, let's just clarify something right here for just so we can push the bill forward. What you call the black sun right here is nothing but Mount Meru. Look at it. It's called Rupes Nigra, the black stone, the black rock, the black mountain. This black rock right here in the middle of Mercator map with the swastika around it, the four rivers. You see, in between these four main rivers, you got all of these like decimal directions. So you got north, south, east, west, but all of this would be like north, east, south, well, you know, little increments in between. But so what I'm saying, if you take this black hole in the middle and then put the swastika around it like the ancestors got right here, for example, this Japan one, and then you go here, to me, the black sun ain't nothing but the AE map with all the lines coming from the center, but showing you the spin motion of it.
So it has a path also, you saying? Like our sun and moon regularly?
No, what I'm saying is the black sun ain't nothing but a black hole at the middle of the earth that's spinning around it. That's what the black sun is basically the North Pole.
Hey, well, then I got smoke, bro. I got smoke, then. That's my smoke, then, bro. Okay. I feel like the black sun is a physical body that we actually see, and it is a sun that resides majority on the ecosystem below us. Like, it's physical, it's real.
But none
Yeah,
of the stars are physical though. You know what I mean? They're all just light bodies. So
yeah, that's
Yeah, no, no, okay. Now, when it comes to that, I get that now. That's they all like bodies. I get that.
But look,
But
if you
when we
think
see it,
about what you saying what I'm saying, brother. I'm agreeing with you that this black sun is real, but this what a lot of people really need to realize too. SUN is really CEN. Like it's really dealing with the central sun. Remember Admiral Byrd said that was a center sun or inner sun. You know what I'm saying? The inner sun is the center sun or the central sun. So that's all I was saying. Like that sun ain't got light. That sun is actually a black, dark hole. You know what I'm saying? But I mean,
so let me ask
yeah.
you this.
Go ahead.
Sanchez, I
Let me ask
think that's in the deep what you said about the black hole. The sun could be the black hole, but me personally, I kind of think that black hole, the black sun might be the black moon instead. You know, sometimes what they teach us is reversible sometimes. But one of the reasons why I would call it the black moon is because the moon is represented by Lilith, right? And Lilith is a female. And I think even in Islamic cultures, most of the women, they dress up in black to represent the black goddess, or sorry, the moon goddess, and the men dress up in the white to represent the male aspect, I suppose. But I do believe it's a black moon instead of a black sun for some reason.
All right,
Okay,
so look.
Well, I don't want to. Well, I appreciate that, Adrian, but we're gonna keep it on the black sun because that's just what they call it for now. But that's
Let me say this
interesting
then,
though.
bro,
It
about
got
that
to be a black
sun.
moon, huh? That's interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to get caught up in the terminology.
Yeah,
I
we
use
ain't.
is black sun. I just want to deal with this black light source or energy. And I feel like you got the sun giving off energy as in like more physical energy. Like when I get off work 7 a.m., I might work out and I sun gaze while I'm working out. And I see the circle. Like when you load in the game on PlayStation, I'd be loading up. I see that going around the sun, you feel me? So I'm in tune with that. I feel like you get physical energy. That's why we black people, quote
Okay.
unquote, and white people get tan because
Explain what's physical energy.
tan.
I don't understand.
Your skin tan. Your skin tan.
So brother,
You see that happen.
brother.
That ain't always good though.
Hey, hold on.
Nah, listen, I ain't trying. Hold on, let me finish the thought.
No. We can simplify this, man, because we got a lot of people on here, right? I get what you saying, my brother. When you wake up out the bed, the sun is shining. The sun gives us driving force. You stretch, you ready to go. The sun hitting your skin. When it goes down, the moon is the opposite. It gives us draining force. So you got driving force and draining force. The moon is there to release serotonin and absorb all of your what little energy you do have left to reset you, to pull you into the bed, and then you wake up the next day ready to be driven out of the bed again, recharge. Rest is reset.
Hey, bro,
rest it. So, it's that simple,
for
man.
sure. I just wanted. Nah. See, bro, I'm with you. I've been following you like 6-7 years. Trust me, I rock with you. I might not have been on it talking, but I rock with you. Listen, I wanted to talk like simplify. Thank you, but I feel like it's one more energy, and that's that black sun that manifests that intent, that karma, like that shit that nobody see, but it always seem to catch up to you. I feel like that's what that energy represents. That's all I was trying to say, bro.
Okay,
And it's a physical, not physical, but it's a light source.
If I was to entertain it, you know how I would break it down? I would say the sun and moon would be the negative and positive, and what you are calling the black sun would be the grounded. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's how I would look at it. I If I like was to that break one. it down. I like that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I just think
hey,
it's
y'all.
I
Hey, y'all.
wanted to say something too. I got another body bad
that
for them gold earthers too, dog.
that brother Aquarius is G just hopped on. The one who had the
Oh, nice to meet you. Oh yeah, let me catch this body real quick on these globe heads, bro, because I just thought about something. Now all of us done seen the sun and moon in the sky at the same time, right? And they claim that the moon is locked, the sun is locked, everything is locked in its orbit. But if we seen the sun and moon in the sky during the daytime, and the sun sometimes be higher up and the moon be, a little lower downward, that means that the sun is locked in a different location in its orbit than the moon. So how can you explain the moon and sun actually going across each other perfectly when we know for a fact that they're locked, allegedly locked in these two different heights? The sun is higher up, the moon is lower down. How? So how can you get the sun and moon to be on the same track, if you will, in order for one to cover the other?
You know
You
what,
understand what
Dress?
I'm saying?
yeah
That shit
Yeah,
makes
I
no
agree with
sense to
you.
me.
globe.
I kind of got
Look
a
Hey,
at
point on that though.
check
if you
this
look at
out.
a lot of the
Hey, check this out real quick. Globe Busters long time ago made a eclipse animation of how the sun and moon cross paths every now and then. You're right. The sun, they on different height levels, but every now and then they meet up on the same one and actually cross paths in the animation that Globe Busters showed. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But go ahead, Troopy.
if yeah, I agree with Dreads because that's a great question, and he makes a great point. Because if you look at a lot of the old like cosmology that you be showing, bro Sanchez, when the Earth was the center of everything, it's like when you go up to those next ethers, that next ripple, it's the moon first, like the moon is closer, and then on that next ether you get the sun, like you know what I mean, like they're like the sun is I feel what he's saying because they're not on the same ether, they're not on the same level. So I feel what he's saying. I feel that question a lot. And
What y'all think about them
But
moving
they
on
saying
ley
that.
lines?
The
Like
Uh,
rotational pattern.
but hold on,
they
before we go to the ley lines, can I say one thing real quick? Like with the whole locking thing, that they talking about the moon is on a tidal, what they call a tidal lock. That's why we see the same face. They're not saying it's locked in one spot. They're just saying that the moon is not spinning itself. You
neither one
know,
of them is spinning.
it's right that they're not spinning. That's the lock they're talking about. They don't mean it's locked in one spot. They're saying it's locked as in it's not spinning, rotating.
They talk about
Yeah,
the
and and,
it's
orbital
and the
path
moon
being
and the
locked, bro.
moon the moon just so happens to move
Bro,
faster. It's
that's not what I'm
yeah, no,
talking
that's
about. I'm
Yeah,
not
he
I'm
talking
not
okay.
about
Okay,
rushing.
orbital
okay.
I'm
path.
not talking.
I ain't
Let
talking
me
about
break it
what you
down.
talk. I ain't talking about what you
No,
talking
they're
about.
saying it's
I'm talking about
locked
what I'm talking about.
in a no,
And
what I'm saying is they
yeah,
claiming that
I'm
it's
not
locked.
disagreeing with you. I'm just talking about what I'm talking about. Just let me have my spiel
All
real
right, go
quick.
go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. So the moon is in a tidal lock. The moon is not rotating on an axis. That's the lock that they're talking about. But the moon is moving around, and it moves faster than the sun. And I sit outside all the time. I love watching the sky. And I be like, damn, all right, it's 10 o'clock today, the sun right there. 10 o'clock a week from now, the moon ain't right there. It's in a different spot. It moves faster than the sun. And that's why sometimes we see it in the daytime because it's moving faster than the sun. It's good. It's going around this plane, but it's moving faster than the sun is. And that's how we end up seeing it sometimes in the daytime. But that lock is just only talking about the rotation of the moon. The moon don't rotate. That's why you can always, no matter where what time, you know what I'm saying? Whenever you see the moon, you see that same side of the moon because it's not spinning. That's what they mean a lock. But they
they
don't mean
saying
it's
that
No,
locked in
no,
the
It's
no,
a
same
no, no.
spot.
polarity, man.
Hold on. They do.
It's a
Hold on. Let me break
polarity.
this down. They're saying that it's locked in Earth's orbit. I'm not talking about a spinning. I'm not speaking on spinning. What they claim is that the moon is locked in Earth's orbit, meaning it's on one track and it rotates around Earth and it doesn't go inward and outward, like closer and further away. It is locked. So if the moon is locked
Wait,
going
but why
around
does it
Earth's
get bigger
orbit,
sometimes?
hold on, brother. That's why I'm debunking the globe Earth. If they're
Oh,
telling us that
my
it's
bad.
locked, right? If they're telling us that it's locked in Earth's orbit and it doesn't come closer to the Earth, because if it did, it'll crash into us, of course, and then it's not going farther away. How can you have a solar eclipse when we know that the sun is also locked at its point? So that means even if the moon and sun was aligned, the moon would not be in front of the sun. It will be the sun would be above and the moon would be below. So they have some questions to answer.
I
How
can
can you
answer
Yeah.
that for
ever?
you. Hold on.
Okay, let me answer one of their questions for them because
Hold on though.
I'm still
That's not.
talking about that lock that they talking about
I
is
know,
the
but
fact
that's
that
not.
you know
But
how
it's
they
not
talk
even
about the
right.
dark side of the moon.
That's not even right.
That's the reason that there's a dark side of the moon that they ask about because the moon don't spin. That's the lock that they talking about. It's
No,
called a
no, they're
tidal
not.
lock.
Wait,
It's called a
Okay,
tidal lock.
I'm gonna tell you
Just
right now.
just
why does
look it up
everything in
and
space spin
and
but the
that's
moon?
why every
It
time you look
don't.
at the moon, you see what they call a man on the moon
Hold on. I'm
because
gonna tell you
it's in a
why.
tidal lock.
If you look at the phases of the moon, they do think that the moon does spin. They say that the moon orbits around the Earth. Look, here's why you can't use that as an argument. Okay, and
It orbits
hold on.
around the
Oh,
Earth, but
let her
it
go, bro.
Hold
doesn't
on.
Let her go.
rotate
Let her
itself
go.
on an axis. It doesn't rotate on an axis. Is what
One
I'm
at a
saying.
time, man.
Let
One
us
at a
finish,
time.
bro.
The moon
Okay.
doesn't rotate on an axis.
We
That's what
heard
I
you,
mean.
man. One at a
It's
time.
rotating around. It's
We
rotating
heard you, bro.
around
We
just like
heard
the
you. We
sun,
heard
but
you.
it doesn't rotate on its own axis. That's what they call a tidal lock.
We got you.
Okay. Well, what I was telling for dreads, I think that's who brought up the original question, right? The reason why we can't use that as an argument, right, is because like growing up, before I learned about the flat earth and stuff like that, I always thought that the sky was moving itself, and I know that it is. But when I was told, no, it's not, it's the globe, I started looking into space and stuff like that. And so the reason why they have that moving in front of it is because the distances, right? So like they say that the earth is tilted, right? So the moon is going, the orbit that the moon is making around, it's gonna go up and down because the earth is tilted. So it's might be in one spot, right? But when it goes around, it goes down and then goes back up because they claim that the earth is tilted, right? So the earth is spinning and then but the sun is fixed. But the sun is fixed, but it's shooting out through space, right? I know it don't make it's not legit, but this is why you can't use it with global because I've had this argument before. But the sun, since it's right there, and then the moon is smaller, right? The sun is farther away and the moon is smaller. So they say that the moon goes in front of the sun, and that's why you see the shadow, like you'll see the shadow, you'll see the moon covering up the sun. That's why you can still see that ring of the sun around it. But it's not really that. And we know that because we know that the earth is flat. We know that it's not a globe, and we know that, the sun isn't fixed. Also, I saw this video one time of this man, and he was in an airplane, and he was showing, from the airplane on one side nighttime, one side daytime. Now, on the daytime side, when he was looking at the sun, it was like these little orb things. Now, I don't know what they are. I don't know if it was, whatever, but he was like showing like these little orb things they were like I don't know. You can't really see them because of the clouds. So they're like kind of the same color of the clouds, but where he was up so high, you could see them. And that's how you know, like the sun and the moon isn't as far away as they claim, but there was like these little orb things, and he was like, well, maybe that's what causes the eclipse. One of these orbs moves in front of the sun or something. So I don't know how true that is, but it's just a video that I saw that maybe I could look up or something, because I was looking into like, how would a eclipse happen on a flat earth and stuff like that. And so like that made more sense to me than the whole explanation of, the globe, even though they try to make it make sense in the globe way, which it would if we were on a globe, but we're not, and we know that. So you have to like look into and like, you know, research, you know, other options, you know what I'm saying, like other things. Like that's why I would rather go to, instead of the media, I go to like citizen journalists and stuff like that. And like when I first started with the flat earth, there was so many people making videos and so many people was putting stuff out there. But now like I've like shuffled it down, and now there's only like Bro Sanchez. You know what I'm saying? Like I just watch Bro Sanchez because like he takes it deeper than a lot of people go. So, and I like that. So, but
Hey,
anyway,
Lacey,
y'all can go now.
All right,
it's
so I
crazy
was about to say,
because
bro Sanchez, pull up the solar system real quick. I got two different ones on my screen, and I don't know whoever that globe earther you said that they had an excuse. Tell them to come debate me, because I can't believe a globe earther actually tried to defend that. I got two of their model. I'm using NASA.gov. Their model. There is no explanation whatsoever to explain how the moon and the sun align so perfectly. And I'm looking right at it, and they do have it locked. Like I said, all the planets,
Boy,
all
nobody
the
said
moons.
nothing. Nobody said nothing
Can we
No,
about
I'm
switch
talking
nothing.
about
No
looking
the
at?
lock,
globe
nothing.
earther. I'm talking
I
about the
know, but
globe earther.
the being locked has nothing to do with the explanation, is what I'm saying.
Right. They
The
cannot
way
explain that.
they can, because like
No,
I
they
said,
can't.
the sun is bigger and it's farther away. The moon is
Yeah,
smaller,
they
and the
definitely use
moon is
that
moving
bullshit. It's
up.
a
The
bullshit
moon,
excuse.
Yeah, I
the
debunked. Yeah, what she's saying is the explanation. I'll tow it up too. I had a video where I tore that shit up too. She right. That's their little excuse
Right.
for
That's
it.
what I'm saying. That's why I want them to come debate me, because I handle their ass, because there's no logical explanation for that. Even if they try to say that the sun is bigger, you can't tell me that the sun is bigger when you also in the same breath claiming that the sun is also 93 million miles away. So it being big is none and void, because it's so far away from us. See, what we witness every day is sometimes we see a
Yeah,
bigger sun,
let me
sometimes we see a bigger moon,
let me show you
sometimes we see a
some.
smaller sun and a smaller moon. So what we got on our hands is that there's, to me, there's evidence that they're not locked. They come in and out, especially the sun. We know
Hey,
that the sun it moves like a snake. I like to use the snake term, like it goes like zigzag type,
I just said that yesterday. It moves like a
okay.
wave, like a
like a
sine
Hold
wave.
wave.
up,
There you
So
go.
sister.
what
There
y'all
you
Hold
think
go.
up,
about
sister.
Yeah,
moving on
like
lay like
Let,
that?
let
Facts.
me.
Facts.
This is what I wanted to point out to yo. The reason the globalists say that the sun is bigger and the moon is smaller is because during these eclipses they appear the same size, and also when we go outside during the day, we see the sun and moon out at the same time, and they're both the same size. So when somebody asks them, "Hey,
So much bullshit.
why is the sun and moon the same size if the sun is bigger than the moon?" They say, "Oh, the sun is bigger than the moon. It's just further away from the earth, and the moon is closer. And the distance that the sun is away from the earth make it the same exact size of the moon from our perspective, and we see them as the same size." So the question is, what's the odds of you having a sun that's way bigger than the moon, but you gotta move it away for it to be the same exact size of the moon? What's the odds that it would be in the perfect distance to be the exact same size as the moon? See, that's where we debunk them with the flat earth, because we don't need the distance argument. We just say they the damn same size. You know what I'm saying? So that's the little bullshit
I
they
think
be
your
trying to
Bro
ripple.
prove.
Sanchez, if my,
I,
See,
I
that's
just
what I
wanted to
was
say,
going.
man. I think your ripple argument is the dagger. And I don't. And you debated Schwab on this a while back, and during the Shucklebuck round, you were showing Solomon the ripple, and you know what I mean. And I don't think he really caught that it was actually flat, even though it was operating as a wave. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yep.
I think that kind of flew over everybody's head in that debate, bro. Because I was like, bro,
Yeah, man.
that first thing you showed you showed the system, I think, in itself, and that it was flat.
I didn't even know.
I don't think you can really.
Yeah, I never even knew about the Shucklebuck round. So now that I know that that's just a part of it, I get it now. But
Oh
at
yeah,
the time,
yeah.
I didn't. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's just a part of the You get through after you get through it, then Solar come and question both of y'all based on things he might have think you avoided or you might not have, it might not have been clear to him or just depending on what it was to your opponent. You
I
do the
don't
same
think
thing on
I
both
don't
sides.
think they want to see the truth though, personally, man.
Nah, man. A lot of people don't. And see, that's the thing when you see where another dagger is when we talk about the ancients. The ancients is gonna say, as so above, so below. And if we looking at wave patterns and things working in a ripple effect above,
I don't
then
get
that's the
how
same thing that's gonna be below.
I don't get how people can, say that they so for the ancestors and they dealing with the ancient sciences when they dealing with modern science. Like they dealing with modern cosmology, modern evolution, modern everything, modern medicine, but they still repping that ancient thing. That's what I don't be getting. What's good, Sister Betty?
You mean like modern education, pretty much?
Sure. Now, y'all know I'm dumb to this subject, but I always had this question. If the sun was, and y'all help me out, if the sun is supposedly 93 million miles away from the earth, how in the hell do it make, being that far away, does it make the earth so hot with like 90 and 100-degree weather? And if we was looking, and because of the earth being flat, are y'all sure we're not looking straight across at the sun rather than up in the sky?
Here's the thing.
We doing it all. We doing it all, Miss Betty. When in the morning you looking straight out on the horizon line at it. Then by 12 o'clock you looking right above your head. Then as it going away from you, you do the whole little ordeal. I think what is that called? A 180 degree? Yeah. Go ahead, Troopy.
Man, it don't make sense.
I was
she's thinking facts.
My bad, Peter. I'll let you get it after me. I was gonna say that whole 93 million miles is a hoax because heat can't even travel 93 million miles in a void. You know what I mean? Like space is cold as fuck. You implode in space. You know what I mean? There's no heat out there other than supposedly what the sun is generating. You know what I mean? And there's no medium for heat to travel in space. So we wouldn't be able to get that type of 100-degree weather if the sun was 93 million miles away, because it's a void. It's a vacuum. That heat would be vacuumed somewhere else. It wouldn't make it here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yo, on that subject, peace, what's up, everybody? Yo, that subject right there, when I got to flat Earth, I thought about that often. Like, they say the sun is like, 92 million miles away, and that the light is traveling here via like solar winds and all this other kind of stuff. And when you think about it, you got like the equator. Just like the sun is supposed to be as big as it is, and it's 92 million miles away. That's equivalent. Like I thought about it in simple aspects. If I put Johnny Appleseed candy on the bleachers in a basketball court and put the basketball on the far end of the court, that's kind of what we're looking at distance wise. So like the little scale models they show us, the stuff in the science books, and all of that is garbage because they show them too close. So if you take a basketball representing the sun, sit it all at the other end of the court, and you put this little lemon head or whatever little candy at the far end of the court at the top of the bleachers, you mean to tell me that there'll be a doggone like equator that gets something tropical and the top of it be forgiven and have like ice on the top and the bottom of it, that's just ridiculous.
Well,
I mean,
look
like,
at look.
like if this thing can produce heat enough to reach that little object, you think it's gonna forgive the top and the bottom of it
Well,
and just
look at
leave
it
it
like
frozen?
this. Look at it like this. If when like whenever you hear these numbers, they always hit like magical numbers. You know what I mean? Like it's the sun is 93 million miles away. 9 plus 3 is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. That's an ethereal number. And then you get all these like books or laws. You get the 48 laws of power or the 72 laws or you know what I mean? They always hit like 3, 6, or 9. And it's like a almost like a deception with the magic, what they do with these numbers. It's like, you know, like when they tell you the 48 laws of power or the 72 laws of Ma'at or whatever the fuck, it's always like 3, 6, or 9. And they're using this 93 million miles away as like a way to like, oh yeah, it's 93 million miles away. You know what I mean? It's almost like a magic number in a sense, to where they like give you a false reality with the magic, you know?
Yo,
I
check
was
it.
just asking
My thing.
because,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
You
Sorry.
good, baby. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I was just
Go ahead.
asking because if it's that far away, my ass wear glasses and I can't see a mile away. So now, if this shit is 93 million miles away, how the hell I can see it? I'm just saying.
All
Well,
right.
you know why you can debunk that whole shit?
Okay.
I was just gonna say you could debunk the whole and thing by the light beams. All right. Whenever you look at the sun sometimes and you see the beams coming down through the clouds and the beams are going off at angles, right? They're going off at angles. They're going from left and right and straight down. They're not going in a straight line. If the sun was that big and that far away, and how small the earth would be in their model, the beams would just be straight line on the whole half.
Hey, Lacey, you right. You could debunk that shit easy with the sun rays using the crepuscular rays versus the parallel rays argument. Cause you right about that. I'm gonna let me see something real quick, y'all. Hey, Aquarius G, what's good, my brother? I wanted to get a mic check from you. Welcome to the show, my brother. How you doing?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, my brother.
Okay, cool, man. I hope I wasn't too loud or too quiet. This is my first time on the panel. I just want to say I hope everybody doing good. Peace and blessings to everybody. To give a brief introduction of myself, I was raised, my father was a Christian and my mom was a Muslim. So at a real early age, you know, I would not stand for like the Pledge of Allegiance and stuff like that. Not to get off subject, but just to give y'all a brief summary of who I am, because I'm new. But, you know, my mom, like I said, my mom was a Muslim and my dad was a Christian. And I was born in 1990. So I went to school, you know, being a Muslim, getting teased and shit. And I never embraced the Christian side. So when I got older, I embraced the Christian side. But I realized both religions are fake. But, you know, I love fish. And like you always say, bro, Sanchez, you know, eat the fish and spit out the bones. And that's why I wanted you and Drez to talk, honestly. That's why I was saying all that stuff in the chat, that he think history is fake. I think it's fake too. But you take the fake shit out of history. You know, like how you decode stuff.
Oh, yeah.
We all know it's fake. I'm from both religions. My dad was a Christian. My mom was I probably can tell y'all more stuff than a fucking, you know, anybody. Excuse my legends, but like more than a Muslim. I'm sure a lot of people on this panel don't even read the Quran. You know what I'm saying? But I just wanted to say that, man. Maybe you and Drez can get into it about mythology and what's real and what's fake. I'm gonna mute up, man.
So here's the thing about mythology. When we talk about mythology and history, they two different versions of the same thing. So history was recorded in a mythological way, and it was recorded in what we call world history. But the thing is this: you can see the parallels in the myth versus what happened in history. For example, the Bible speak about a certain people becoming slaves and who would be slaves for hundreds of years. And if you trace back the bloodline of those people in the mythology, sinking it to the lands and everything, because in the book called the Bible, which is a mythological book, it still have real geographic lands in there that we can find on real maps. So there's a blending between the myth and world history right there. So you have groups like the Hebrew Israelites who can prove that the people who they call slaves or the Israelite people trace back to a certain people. The argument may be, who are those people though? So that's how you get all of these different arguments on that level. I'm just painting a picture to y'all to show you how, yes, some people was enslaved. Were they in a land of Egypt and, plagues and pestilence? That's the myth. But see, the thing is this right here. You can talk about Jesus dying on a cross and rising again in 3 days. Now, people will say that's a myth, and it is. But if you deal with astrotheology, every December 25th, the sun dies on the Southern Cross, and it comes back on the 28th. So 3 days later. So, I mean, there's a syncretism between the myth and and our true history, which is where the art of like syncretism and decoding and shit come in. Some symbols are translated in mythological ways today. But then I can go and get them same symbols and show you true science and deal with electromagnetism with them, which I always do. So that's why I started making collages, so that the collages can let y'all minds compare the difference between what's mythology and what's real. I'll stop there and just, allow for interjection.
If
Hey,
I
I got a
could cut
question.
back in.
You got it, bro.
Okay, cool. This Aquarius G again, man. If I could cut back in, you know what? When I was so into Islam, man. Like I said, I was saying F America. I was so into Islam, and then I found out about the first slave trade was through the Islamics. But either or is real or fake. I came to you when you debated young Pharaoh on flat Earth, and when I seen somebody debate that dude, man, I'm like, man, I got to see somebody else undebate you. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna mute up, bro, Sanchez.
Hey, I thank you for joining,
Thank you,
man.
man.
We're going to pass it back to you. I'm going to grab some people in. So let's go to, hey, if y'all want to get in rotation, raise your hands. It'll make it easier for me to know who to go to. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead and go to Angel real quick.
Yeah, thanks. I can relate to the brother Aquarius G. I grew up with the Bible since I was a kid, since I was a baby. And the more I looked into it and the more I learned about it, is the more I wanted to get the fuck away from it. Excuse my language. It's the more I wanted to get away with it, because nobody could explain to me anything. Not the pastor, not the Sunday school teacher. Nobody could ever explain to me anything. And I was always skeptical, always asking questions that no one can ever answer. So I could definitely relate to that when it comes to that. And I think the Bible is just personification. It's using nature, looking at nature and trying to give it human attributes. That's why I think they made these stories up. That's what I think.
Appreciate that, my brother. Hey, let's pass the mic to little bro Jason. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm gonna also get on a little bit with why, on how they're also going to be terraforming humans with this vaccination shot. And this is also going to relate to what Hard to Explain was saying. Um, if you notice in the Bible with these mythological creatures that they talk about, what this vaccination shot is kind of also designed to do, which are these so-called side effects. If you notice, some of the side effects are actually causing people to have their tongues hang out literally right out of their mouth. Sometimes some people some people are also going through some of their intestines are actually being deformed in ways. And when I looked at that, I noticed that it was very similar to what the Bible was describing about these mythological beasts. So when they're rewriting their DNA, they can also terraform the body to change it in certain areas. And these beasts or monsters that you hear about in the Bible, from from the depths of hell that it describes in the Bible. Some of these beasts were known to have serpent or tongues hanging out of their mouth, beast people, but this was basically seen in some of the side effects. So I'm also doing more studying and research on that, on some of the sites that I've been looking onto, such as sites like, I don't know if y'all seen some of these sites on Wikipedia, but if you look at some of, documented Bible scriptures, if you read some of those, they definitely are very similar I'm sorry, they are very similar to the side effects that we see with these vaccination shots. And it's just funny to me how that is. So yeah, I want to also get on how I turn the Pope's name into a actual equation. And I discussed this with one of the people on the panel last night named Anna. He definitely, I think he suggested that I put this on the panel too, because this could blow some of y'all minds away. But I actually figured out how the Pope's name was related to an equation.
Okay, we'll get to it in a minute. That's what's up. Um, what we can do at this time is, anybody want to switch the narrative any way, anything on your mind like that. We got a lot of people on a panel, so I won't uh grab the flow right now. I'll let y'all get it in.
Yeah.
Ooh, I got some. It might not be interesting, but I had put this in the comments on one of your videos, Sanchez. It was I was listening to one of your streams and I fell asleep listening to it. So in my dream, I had my phone in my hand watching the show, but I was listening to what I was listening to before I fell asleep. And I was like, damn, how did I pull something from the physical world to the ethereal world? And I was also asking, like, damn, so sometimes, yeah, I don't know, this might happen to other people too, but you can be by yourself and you might hear somebody call your name. There ain't nobody around you. So was there like something from the ethereal world pulling itself into the physical world? I don't know if I'm making sense, but this shit happened to me. So it's like,
Yeah,
it could we get to a point where we could do that deliberately, like bring something from the ethereal world here?
that's the
I think that
goal.
would be real cool.
The whole ancient spiritual system was based upon um changing the now by going into these altered states. When we say we're trying to change our reality in whatever shape or way, even when we trying to, when you when you close your eyes and you think of yourself or how you want to be, and you open them up, and that ain't the guy you really are, that was a trick to being who everything you wanted to be. And that was the whole going into these altars. Cause let me give you an example, right? I make beats, and there have been times where, well, I ain't gonna say times. It was a time where I had a dream, and in this dream, I was, an alternate, different kind of Bro Sanchez. I was still me, but I was a different version. My swag was a little different. All this kind of stuff right here was a different version of me, and it was weird because you only know yourself the way you are here, but in these dreams, you ain't full of you. But one thing about this dream, when I woke up, I still felt some of that other guy's swag. I still had a little bit of that alternate self and the way he functioned in that world, alternate here. And even though I woke up still myself, some of that even it influenced me from that point on who I really was in a weird way. I hope that makes sense. Like, you always taking shit from the
Yeah,
dreams. Yeah, like for example,
kind
you
of like
would
residue.
yeah, like you would make a decision in a dream that you probably when making this reality, because it's an alternate world. You would be some you, but when you wake back up and you face with that same situation, you probably more open to act the way you reacted to it in a dream or some shit. Like, I think we always taking shit from the dream self and merging it with this self. But yeah, hey, salutes to the sister Devanya as well.
Yeah,
Peace to
you're
you,
right
brother.
about that.
Peace. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and
Hello?
clear. We can hear you loud and clear, sister.
Oh, peace to you, brother Sanchez. And again, all praises to the creator. And thank you again for this channel. I love the discussions. And I don't want to deter from what the brother is speaking about with dreams, but I did want to touch on what you guys were talking about as far as the sun and the moon and your positions and flat earth. And myself, I am by trade an engineer. So I handle the transit, the theodolite, I built the runway in JFK in New York City, the runway 3, runway 4, where we have to extend the runway almost 2 miles, 10,000 feet, to accommodate the big planes, the bigger planes, the M380s, and the bigger planes that they have out now. And in all my years of architect and engineering, we have never, ever had to account for curvature. When we build a runway, everything have to be perfectly leveled for anything to take off. So I've worked with in structures where we had to keep doing TPs, meaning turning points where you have to pick up from that point and extend it as far as you can, miles and miles farther away, and still end up with the same elevation. And things that are higher, we chop it down to bring it to the level. Things that are lower, we fill it up to bring it to the level. So this whole thing, like with this whole ball of earth and the globe heads, yeah, everything does not make sense, even in common sense. And one of the things that have always got me is, if I'm a designer, for anybody to say that the globe is the earth and the sun is bigger than the earth and all that, that would make the creator, if there is one, right? If anyone believes in the creator, which I do, that would mean that the creator had no kind of design. He had no sense of design, because till this day, I don't know anybody who would build a house or build any kind of structure, and they would take the light and make a light bigger than the structure and put the light high up in the sky. No, what they do, they build the structure and they will put that small globe of light, because light, that's what light do, it spreads and resonates, and they would put it inside of the house, and all they need to do is put it at the top of the ceiling inside the dome, inside the house, and it would what? Light up that room, light up that space, but it would only light up as far as the light, as far as the frequency of the light is concerned. So yeah, I'm totally flathead, call me whatever you want, but I believe in what the ancestors say. I believe in the 360-degree perfect circle. As the days should have been counted, 360 and not 364, 5 leap years and all this. So yeah, that's my 2 cents I wanted to bring in. And I'm sorry if I deterred from the brothers. Hello?
Divine, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Divine, can I ask you something?
Oh no, go ahead. You can ask
Can
her
I ask?
whatever, and I'm gonna get some slides together to talk about the sun and moon. Go ahead.
All right, Divine, are you familiar with ley lines?
Yes, I am. Is this blue?
Nah, this deeper than 4X.
Oh, peace to meet you, brother.
All right, how you doing? Listen, what do you feel about the sun and the moon moving along these lines, aka latitude, longitude, but on a flat earth plane?
Me personally, the way I see it is, I do see the north as being in the center. If you look at a donut, whatever people want to call it, black hole, ever, I do see the north as being in the center and the south as being everywhere else. Once you leave the north and you're your back is against the north and you're walking away from it, you're heading south, no matter where you are. And when I got into this whole flat earth concept was the 2016. In my field now, I started to use all the instruments in my field to prove not only mostly to prove it to my sense, because I'm a basic, I love truth, and I don't care if everything I believed in all my life, if you come to me with something that makes more sense than everything I believe, I'm listening. I don't stick to doctrines or anything like that. So ley lines, I see it like, think about, let's say you have a cone, right? Just picture an ice cream cone, but you hold the ice cream cone upside down, right? Like a dunce hat.
Yeah.
And for me, the way I picture the sun and the moon moving, it's like it's going from the top to bottom. So that's why you would see it getting closer to you would see the sun and the moon bigger in the
So yeah,
summertime.
that's exactly how I see it. So when it's closer to the top, that's summer for North America, or the northern, aka northern hemisphere.
Correct.
Like, yeah, and when it's cold,
when
it's
yes,
further away. It's summer for the southern, quote unquote, southern hemisphere, because the sun's closer on. Yeah, I see what you're saying, and that's what I believe that's going on.
Yes, so for me, that's where ley lines and coming. It's electricity, it's magnetism. I build toys on my own just as a hobby. So I mess around with magnets, wires, you name it. I just do it for a hobby, but I do it also for understanding. And the way it works naturally in nature, that's how I see it working in real life. And until I'm not gonna let numbers like the earth is this and it's 25 thousand the square diameter, and I'm not gonna let numbers from NASA confuse my eyes and my ears and my senses. And that's the problem with us, and that's how we end up worshiping man and worshiping these people, because nobody knew about a globe earth. Nobody knew this concept until the Europeans took over. When we think about it, the Greeks and the Europeans, that's when they started coming up. All the Copernicus and the Galileo and all these are all European. These are the same people who are ruling the earth right now. So in order for them to have their thing, and everything is a business, right? Even NASA is a business, it's a corporation, all of this. And in order for them to keep the funds coming in from the rich folks and from the poor little ones like us who send in $5, $10, They have to keep the lie going. How is Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and them making their money? But yes, they have money, but how do they become billionaires and all that? They have the money to propagate any kind of little toy and then convince us, and that's what they're doing, convincing you they went to space. And you have a lot of our people, especially, believing and sending their little $5, $10 to the, because they believe in that whole concept. But meanwhile, you have Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. They just did they're competing against each other for the richest man and all that. That's a little rich man competition going on that we have no business in. But the thing is, they're propagating, right, the lie that NASA has already established, that the government has already established from decades ago. Like, yeah, we can really go into space. We can really pass the Van Allen's belt, which is miles and miles of, it's like literally you're flying through a microwave oven. Now, nothing metal can go through a microwave. We know this personally. So this is just common sense. If you can't put nothing metal through a microwave because it would just crunch it, like, forget about it. Explosion, all of that, everything is gone. How the hell are they still convincing people that they pass not just one? When they went to space, supposedly in 1969, they're saying that Van Allen himself, that's why it's called the Van Allen belt. Van Allen discovered this microwave, what you would call sphere of the earth, where they can't get because it's so hot. It's like it's a microwave oven. The waves that are flowing through it is literally microwave waves. So now, if you telling me this, and I have a microwave oven in my kitchen, and I know nothing metal, you put anything metal in it, you're gonna get an explosion. You can ruin your microwave. How the hell are you telling me these astronauts got to the Van Allen belt? And here lies the problem. They knew about the first Van Allen belt, and they have their whole history of space, that whole fake thing of them going to the moon. But then after that, they have discovered they discovered the second Van Allen belt. They discovered the third. So now it's like layers. It's like once you keep passing stratospheres, these different spheres of the atmosphere, you're gonna go through at least, now they have discovered the fourth one, and who knows, there's probably 5 or 6. Now, if they didn't know about these Van Allen belts back then, these microwave pockets of space that they have to go through, how the hell did they get a metal ship? Is that why they use aluminum foil on what they call, on the ship that went up there, that landed on the moon? Like it doesn't make, nothing they say makes sense. And if they didn't even know about Van Allen belt 2, 3, and 4, and possibly more, and they're saying we have no way of passing the Van Allen belt now, how can they convince, how are so many people still lost believing that these people have left this sphere of our earth? So I commend you, Brother Sanchez, for like having this channel, and Flat Earth actually is what brought me back to reality and questioning everything. I question everything, everyone. A religion I don't believe in. I do believe in the scriptures. I do believe in the Bible, but I believe in it from the Hebraic stance, because the Most High has put the Spirit upon me, and the blessings where I speak different languages, I learn different languages, and now I read it in Hebrew. And Sanchez, if you're listening, I would love to sit down one day and starting from verse 1, and I would love to give you the rundown on what the scripture is actually saying, because the Bible never said it started 6,000 years ago. As a matter of fact, it's telling you it started way more than that. But I'm getting all of these stuff from
Yeah,
the
so
Hebrew
so
language,
the
and I would love
thing
to sit
about
down with you.
the thing about the Bible saying where it start at, my sister, is like, let's say you reading a fairy tale book, right? And it says, once upon a, let's say the book start off, right? Once upon a time, 10 million years ago. Now check this out. What if I say the book actually was written 20 years ago, but the fairy tale starts when you open the book with the story once upon a time 10 million years ago. If someone believed the fairy tale, they would think that it indeed started 10 million years ago, but the author, when it was written, when it was put in libraries in history, you know, it was 20 years ago. You see what I'm saying? Like the book starts off dating itself, but that's part of the story. It
No, it
ain't really
doesn't.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, so when they
I'm
say
disagreeing with what you're saying.
yeah, so what I'm saying is this. Anytime a book starts off in the beginning, you got to ask yourself, who was there writing it down? Who had a pencil and a paper when God said, let there be light? Who was hovering in the darkness with him with a printer?
Oh, okay.
So that's what I was saying, my sister.
May I answer? Okay. And you know what? That totally makes sense. But what I'm saying to you is when you read it in Hebrew, the translation in English is so flawed, it's beyond flawed. Like I do not read the Bible in English anymore. And I have not read the entire thing in Hebrew. And no one, just like no one knows every word. We speak English, but no one here who speaks English can say when they open up that dictionary, they know every word and every meaning in the English dictionary, right? So I am proclaiming that myself. But I'm saying to you, the words there with the meanings, once you're seeing it from the Hebraic point, it does not even say in the beginning. You can't find the word there. I challenge any, and I've been sending out challenges to anyone who speaks Hebrew, who read Hebrew. I don't care if you're Jewish. I don't care if you're a rabbi, whoever, brother. I don't care who you are. I challenge anyone to let's sit down and just take chapter 1. Let's just do chapter 1, and people are gonna see. Never did it say that it doesn't say in the beginning. It says in your beginning. It's a diary it's saying your beginning. Just by the ending words of the language, we can get a more proper understanding. And then it doesn't say day 1 because the word yom, it just doesn't mean day. It means epoch. It means era. It means, it also means people. The word yom means people. So when you look at each word, like day 1, when it says day 1, I don't read it day 1. In Hebrew, I read it, the people were one. The people were united. When you look at the word for
proper understanding. And then it doesn't say
I got you. Hold up. Yeah, there you go, sister.
Hello?
There you go. Go ahead.
When you look at day 2, it's talking about shani. The word shani means 2, but it also means viciousness. Teeth, they're baring their teeth, and it also means falling asleep. People are starting to fall asleep on righteousness. Day 3, the word day 3, when it says day 3, shaloshi, which means 3, it also means Lord. The word shalosh also means Lord, meaning it tells you Adam, the Lord. That was the first time the Most High took, let me put it plainly, a Negro, and it's like these are the people of all the creations. He created all everybody living right
Said
now
was the
have been
first
here.
time that the Most High did what to a Negro? I'm
What
sorry.
I'm saying, yes, this is what I'm saying. Like who we are now, like if we're looking at all the races that are upon the earth, just like all the different birds, butterflies, cats, dogs, all these races, and I agree with you. A lot of what you say, even though you do not believe in the scriptures, I don't shun people off because, hey, they don't believe in God. I don't, no. Because my niece is my dearest and one of my closest spiritual person that I deal with, and she doesn't believe in the scripture, but the way she carries herself in life, the things that comes out of her mouth, how her concept and believe in life, and how she handles herself, I tell her, I said, if I didn't know you better and you weren't my niece and I didn't raise you, I would think that you mess with the Bible, because your belief and how you carry yourself and what you see right from wrong and your observation and how you deal with life
Well, let me
is
ask you.
exactly how what the Bible tells me how to deal with life.
Let me ask you this real quick. So you see, you equate righteousness to the scriptures, meaning what if a person you think a person can achieve the same results with the Quran?
No, well, for me, righteousness is the Quran tells you. I've read the Quran, I've read the Talmud. I'm in my 50s, right? I'm a grandmother. I've been around, been there, many places, lived in many. So I've been around, and so the problem is not religion. Like everybody, I believe that all the religions that every people upon this earth that they deal with, if it works for them, it works for them. But for me, the 10 commandments were, I'm sorry,
I
the
got a
10
quick.
commandments were given to everybody on this earth. So, yes.
Yeah, I
Go
got a
ahead. I'm
quick
sorry.
question. The problem ain't religion. If it works for you, it works for you. Well, in the Jewish religion, they have a form of pedophilia where they circumcise the babies with their mouth, the rabbis. Also, the Bible condones slavery, and the God of the Bible actually taught his scriptures in there where the God of the Bible is teaching the slave masters how to punish the slaves properly. So if people want to say, well, slavery ain't right, if we agree that religion is okay, a person can justify slavery with the Bible, just like they justified rape at one point in medieval time using the Bible. All wars are justified by religion. When I was in the military, we was taught that we prayed. We had church before we went to a war zone. And those people over there did the same. They was praying to their God. We praying to our God. So in the name of these gods, there have been genocides, exterminations, biological warfare, you name it. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes. And I agree with you. And I hate you have the brother Blue was on here, and Blue can contest to this. Uh, I would debate camps, even the camps out there, these Israelite camps. I do not listen to them. A lot of what they're saying out there is false. Their understanding is false. The way they try to teach, like even with the animals, Blue, with they tell you animals were on the ark. That is not what it's saying. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That's not what it's saying in Hebrew. And you mentioned the word slave, right? I challenge you and I challenge anybody out there, show me the Hebrew word for, there is no such word as slave in the Hebrew language. No such word as slave in the Hebrew. Understanding is false. The way they try to teach, like even with the animals, Blue, with they tell you animals were on the ark. That is not what it's saying. This is what I'm trying to tell you. That's, hello?
Yeah,
Hello?
Hey, Chief Fuqua, you need to turn off the YouTube video in the background now that you own. Yeah, Devania, you have the floor, but yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying, but no matter how you translate Jack and the Beanstalk, it's still Jack and the Beanstalk, no offense. I have the history of how the Bible come to be, how Jesus come to be. So using the Bible as a source to prove it will never work with a guy like me. And that's just with all due respect,
I agree with
my sister. Have you ever heard of
much
Serapis?
respect to your brother.
Have you ever heard of Serapis and the Council of Nicaea?
Yes, yes, and yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me, brother?
I can, my
Yes,
sister.
I have, and I have, and before you continue, I just have to let you know, I do not subscribe to the whole Jesus, the New Testament. I do not believe in the whole Jesus thing that was written by the Greeks for the Greeks. That's their God that they propagated for us, for the whole world to follow. And the thing is, the same book that a lot of people don't believe in, that they call the Old Testament, I call it the Original Testament. The Original Testament it's a diary of a people. This is the book is, the problem is this book does not belong to the whole world. That's like me taking your family book and you saying, you.
Let me ask
Go
you a
ahead.
question real quick. Let me ask you a question real quick. You saying that blacks are the original Hebrews who spoke the Hebrew language?
Absolutely 1000% yes.
And that the book
and this book does not,
and that the book that we call the Bible was given to blacks from God Almighty?
No, I'm not saying it was given to us. I'm saying it started with us, and because we were the chosen of all the races, and he even explained why he chose us. He said, yo, I didn't choose you Negroes because you're better, because you're greater or anything special. He says, I choose you. He, according to the word, he said he chose us because we were the most persecuted and we were the fewest. It's like basically we were being wiped out. We were being wiped out by so many people, and because
why did he
according to the Bible.
Why did he allow us to be persecuted and we still call him Almighty? He wasn't mighty then when he was allowing us to be persecuted, was he?
It would be to me, for me to answer that, I would say it's the same reason why some of us grew up in our households, in black households. How do our parent act? The same way the Most High act. You better do what I say or you getting a whoop ass. This is you understand? So for me, that's how I look at it. I see him like everything how it's written. It's like, yo, if you don't obey my rules,
I got you. But let me ask you this. What did we do that was disobedient?
everything we're doing right now. I'm like right now, I'm speaking to you, staring out of my window with a accident with our people, and everybody who came out of the two vehicles, everybody were dressed up in, as far as the females, they were dressed up very hoochie mama. And when I heard the big bang, I just grabbed my heart and jumped up and went to the window to see. And I know because of the area, I know it's more than likely it's our people. It's not another nation that got into this accident. So I'm just looking out there, and it's like it's Friday night. Yeah, it's Saturday, whatever going. And Friday night we get paid. The system is set up so you get paid on a Friday and you go party and spend all your money on the weekend.
I wanna have a dialogue with you where we kind of briefly go back and forth like volleyball real quick, if that's okay. Kind of a quick like interview type thing where if you don't mind. So you say that we started being disobedient and that's why we had to get a whooping from this God. My next question is this God perfect, and did this perfect God create a perfect world?
I would say yes. He says yes, and I would say yes, and yeah, I would say yes. I can elaborate, but
so a perfect
yes.
God created a perfect world. That seems like heaven, similar to like the angels in heaven. They're not up there really fighting and doing all the things we doing. There's like nice and music and harps. So if the earth started off like that from a perfect God, how did evil enter the world? If the God you're telling me about created all things, where's the source of evil from a perfect God? Where's the source of imperfection? Where did that begin?
Well, what you say is evil. It can go in many different forms. It depends on how we perceive it, right?
I'm gonna show
And
you how
what we do with it.
I'm gonna show you how I
For
perceive it.
electricity.
No, hold on. Wait, I want to stay
Okay.
on because
I'm,
I want to. What I'm trying to understand is the psychology of your God, the way he think,
so the
why he takes certain
what
actions, why he, you know.
because and this I know I don't have to tell you. I know you know this. You cannot have one thing without the opposite. That's how
I
the
got you.
circle works, right?
I know.
Like you
I
cannot
hold on.
have black without white.
Wait. Slow down, my
Go ahead.
sister. I totally agree with you, but I'm talking about the God of your Bible. So, are you telling me that if I can't have good without evil, that your God created a good and perfect world, but there was always evil and imperfection hidden deep inside of your God somewhere because you can't have one without the other?
No, I'm not saying that.
Now I'm getting
I'm
confused.
saying,
Go ahead, go ahead.
okay, I'll give an example. Maybe if I give an example, it'll be better. We'll take a simple example of electricity. Now, if electricity, everybody think is beautiful, right? Your phone is charged, you have light in your house, all that. It works beautiful, right? Now, would you now you can the same time if that electricity is not wired right or somebody go and tamper with it who doesn't understand it, what happens? They can get electrocuted and killed, right? So now we have to ask ourselves, did God kill that person? It's like, hey, this
Well,
exists.
here's
And
the
he
thing.
says it from the beginning.
Here's the thing.
If evil exists.
Let me answer you. Let me talk to you, my sister. So I wouldn't say God killed the person. I would say God just created a world where mistakes can happen. So God invented something called mistakes. So listen, let me explain something to you. The God ain't responsible for the mistakes that a person make, but God created these things called mistakes that exist because God, your God, could have created a world where it was impossible for us to even spill milk or to even make a mistake. Like you don't see the angels in heaven, making mistakes or blowing up with grenades or 9mm or you know what I'm saying. So he didn't. It seemed like he made the earth lesser than his own dwelling, if you will. He even told you though in his
I
Bible
see.
that well, then your God said the earth was his footstool.
Yes.
Yeah, so
That's why I know it's not a globe earth. That's why I
well,
know the earth is not
well,
spinning. Because otherwise the
yeah,
bottom of its shoe would be
well,
very shiny.
hold on a second, my sister. I'm definitely a flat earther, but I definitely want to get the psychology down pack of this God who calls this earth his footstool. You don't think that's kind of effed up, like it's your footstool?
Let- So let me ask you something. And this is where I get into discussions with brothers and sisters, mostly brothers. Again, you're going back to the English language where it says footstool. Now, before English, there was no English, no written English before the first century. There is no written English. English was still being learned around the time of when the book was written. That's why when you read the English language, you can see even some words in there, the way they spelt it back then, they don't spell it now that way. So, even like the Jesus, you would see there was no J, things like that. English was still being developed. So my point is, we are looking at this word, this English translation, and we're looking at it, but the English translation came from a European mind. It's their translation of what
So
our forefathers wrote.
let
And
me
now we are stuck believing it
hold
according to
on.
their
I
translation.
got you.
The
I
word
got
for
you. Let me
is Hadam.
let me
The word,
bounce it. Let me
yeah,
bounce it
okay,
back
go
for you.
ahead.
Let me bounce it back for you. So now we're talking about the Bible. Isn't the word Bible a
Yes,
English word? Isn't the word Bible a English word?
it is, but for lack of better term, because I can continue all day, I can say Tanakh. like I usually say Tanakh. On my channel, it's Divine in Tanakh. So I don't use the word Bible, but because we're talking to the mass and we know the mass understands that word, I'm using it for a purpose, right? To
Okay,
keep
so
the
now
conversation going.
that
So I
goes
don't.
back to another point. You said you read the Bible in Hebrew, but when you talking to the masses, I'm sure you don't speak it to them in Hebrew. So then that would kind of defeat the purpose unless we learn in Hebrew just to decode it for our personal spiritual use. But I would say that if you're gonna say we're talking to the masses, so you don't use the word Tanakh, but the whole Bible that you're using when you talking to the masses is written in English. If you were using the Tanakh or the Torah, it would be a different translation. See what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is like, yeah, it's no matter what how we look at it, English cannot be separated from Hebrew and all that stuff. They're related to each other.
It, it can, you know why? Because it's not, I'm not knocking the English language itself per se, right? Not the language itself. I am knocking the interpretation coming from, it's Sanchez, it's like a white person who knows nothing about hip hop going and
Yeah.
coming and trying to tell you about hip hop. You understand? So for me, this is where the English translation falters. And many people would tell you that. Even the churches now, you would hear them
But
saying, oh, the Hebrew word is this.
Only thing is this.
Go ahead.
Retranslating the Bible in different languages don't decode it at all. It don't decode it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
so
you're
let me
getting
ask you
this,
something.
you're getting the same script in a different tongue because the narrative don't change because you start to translate it to Hebrew. Everything that happens in Revelation still unfolds the same way. Jesus still died on the cross. The narrative don't change because we
I don't believe in that.
retranslate the. Yeah, tell us your beliefs.
Sanchez,
Yeah, we would like. Yeah, go into your beliefs,
brother,
sister. You got it.
yeah, I'm sorry. For anyone out there, I am not knocking your God. And when I said before, everybody, all these nations have their God. I'm not saying that their gods, that what they're doing is right. I'm saying is, listen, like a lot of these white folks that go to the Catholic Church and they go to church and all that, I'm telling these people who out there knocking them and especially these camps, brothers, you guys can't go out there and start telling these white people, oh, that Jesus is fake and you can't believe in Jesus and Jesus not real. I don't believe in Jesus either, but I'm not gonna go and tell a white person, hey, your Jesus is fake and all that.
Okay,
because
so
you know
let me
what?
ask you something. Are you
Because
saying
that
people?
helps keep them off
Wait a
our
minute.
back.
Are you saying people can believe in whoever they want to believe in, right?
I am saying they can believe in whoever they want to believe in, but I'm saying the God of the Bible, who is the creator of all, you see, like how nobody have a problem where America is running this world, right?
No,
America put
hold up,
sanctions.
but sister, I want to know if the God of the Bible allow humans to believe in whatever God they want to believe in. Do he give them that freedom and right if they choose to?
No, he did not give them that freedom and right, but he said it in the end. He said, I wrote the ending from the beginning. He saw how mankind, all the nations were going to behave. And he said, none of the nations was going to believe in him, but
sister,
one
wait a
nation.
minute. Wait. Before he created everything, he saw it all crumbling and falling to shit, but he still created it. Let me show you what that sound like to me, just real quick. It sound like me starting off with a blueprint to build a building. And when I lay the blueprint out, right, I'm telling them I'm gonna build a 50-story concrete building, but my foundation gonna be on toothpicks. My foundation gonna be on toothpicks, right? So check this out. Right there, before I lay one brick, I know that shit is not gonna work. It's gonna fall. It's gonna be a mayhem disaster. But I'm gonna still go out there with the building plan, with the concrete building on toothpicks, and act it out. Wouldn't I get everything right before I go through with the construction? That's why we can safely go inside of buildings right now, sister, and don't worry about them falling in on us. Because the architects crossed all the I's, all the dotted all the T's, and said, well, if we do this way, it'll fall. Well, if we do this way, it'll flood. Let's think this thing through for years so that we get the perfect architecture that before we lay one brick, we know that the building we building is gonna be perfect. It'll stand the test of time, even earthquakes and all. So you're telling me man is able to see his design out to perfection in an infant state, but your God didn't. Your God saw a world with AIDS and all kind of warfare and still built that piece of crap. He should have said, you know what, let me go back to the drawing board, because if I build that now, little girls gonna get raped, people gonna be going to war. Let me think this thing back out so that when I build it, you know, it'll be happiness and peace, sort of like what I got up here. So it sounds like to me God got heaven right, but he didn't get earth too well. What you think about that, sister? Am I wrong for just rationalizing it with it like that? You know, I just want to give you some, because, you know, you brought the Bible up. I want to give you a little piece of my mind of why I'm not religious. I'm spiritual. So my sister and queen, you see why there's a lot of people that kind of took another, because I was raised in the church, so I just gave you a piece of my passion on kind of what led me out of the church. You know what I'm saying? What you think about that, my sister? You got it.
I appreciate that, brother. And that's why, listen, I love my people. And the main thing I love about you and your channel is your respect that you show to everyone that comes on your panel. So, and the way you, so people's opinion, and I love it. I love it. That's the way you think. I don't agree with you. I see it from a totally different aspect. The way I look at it, like people say, oh, why did God create evil? If we were to seriously, just like we did with the earth, right? Is it flat? Is it round? If we were just to sit down and say, okay, eliminate everything evil. What the thing is, what do you call evil? What does a person call evil? Until a person meet up upon it. Let's say like the a mite, a bug, a tick, right? Now, if somebody never went in the woods to get bit by a tick, where the tick they can get Lyme disease and all that, they would not call that tick evil, right? That tick does its purpose. That tick does its purpose in its domain, right? It has its purpose in the ecosystem. But now if people go and venturing into different areas and they're not aware, they don't know. Now all of a sudden you get tick and they die, they get a tick disease and they die. All of a sudden, now it's family, my people, why did God kill my, you know, just went in the woods, we were having fun. So it depends on evil. Evil is from your eyes. Now, if everything that hurts everybody is eliminated, guess what? For me, we're just seeing robots. It's just people going back. Everybody's just, there is no choices now. Because if you eliminate evil, well, what we call evil, you eliminate choices. Then there's no choices left. It's just everybody is.
So let me
there is
ask
no
you.
life. We
Let me
become
ask you. Let me
basically robots.
ask you a question. Does evil exist in heaven?
Not listen. My idea of heaven is not what the Christian church have.
Wait, sister.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
So why do we need evil on earth, but God don't need evil in heaven?
Okay. When you say, does evil exist in heaven? God tells you he is darkness, he is light, and he says To him, there is no difference between darkness and light. In other words, it looks like a shadow to us. It's darkness, but to him, he sees light.
So you're
So to
telling
him, there
me,
is no difference.
so you're
He
telling me
has, but
with
he tells
God,
them,
there's no difference
he tells
between good and evil?
no, of course there is.
Hey,
There is a
how's
difference,
what we
but what
talking?
he says,
Hold on, sister.
what he said,
Yeah, I'm getting confused, sister, and that's why I want you to. I think if you simplify it and use less words, brief and simple works well for our brains to understand these complex ideologies. You know, so that's why I'm trying to just make it plain with the questions. I want to. It's simple with me. You're saying that God created evil on earth for a reason, for choices. The angels in heaven is said not to have choices and free will, and evil don't exist in heaven. So
who says that?
huh?
You see, that's your understanding. I'd never
Okay,
get that
yeah, I
understanding
know
from
it, I
reading the
know it. Okay, well, let me ask you this: can angels do evil?
No, that's
Okay,
the point. Like that whole
okay.
evil fighting in heaven and
Wait.
Satan, I don't believe in Satan.
Wait, I got you. Angels can't do evil, but humans can. Now the question is, and think about it, sister. Why wouldn't God
All
make
right,
us?
no, okay,
Hold on, no. Why wouldn't God make us like the angels to where we just couldn't kill each other? We couldn't lie to each other. We
let,
couldn't, yeah. Because I would like to be that way. I'm pretty sure if everybody on the channel,
I'm, so-
yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. Ain't nothing that the Most High commands, they don't do anything according to their will. So that whole concept, there is no such thing as Lucifer in the Old Testament. There is no such thing as a devil. You can't find the word devil in the
Okay, so
entire Old
listen,
Testament.
sister,
You
here's
find,
here's what I
so
need
you,
to know though. If there's no, I got you. Please, I'm begging, sister. I got you. I'm listening to you. Check this out. If there's no such thing as Lucifer, and God isn't the source of evil, where is the origin of evil? Did evil come from man?
and those are the things that I don't get into because the scripture tells me that this earth has been here for
No, but
gazillions of
I know
years.
that,
And
but I want to know how long evil
I
been
don't
on it
care
though.
about the,
Yeah.
as long as there are choices, we are here on earth, choices are there. The same way you were saying, like man can go and do this and do this and do this, and he can perfect and make a building and he can do that. Guess what? Before man make, because that's happened to be my field construction. Before we do that building, guess what? We got to go and get the drawings. No, we can't use that size pipe because it's not going to be enough pressure coming through the pipe for it to reach to the sixth floor. We have to use a different pipe. So there are choices involved in anything. Perfection doesn't come from us blinking our eye. Perfection doesn't come. God created us, said, hey, I give you brains, I give you this. These are the things you
So
eat. These
so
are the things
so
you don't
so
eat.
so
These are the,
check it out. So what you're telling me is God didn't create a perfect world. God created an imperfect world, as perfection is something we gotta strive for, is what I'm translating with what you're saying.
no, that's not. Nope. I'm
Yeah, but
saying
wait a minute. That's
he created it.
ain't-
No,
okay.
listen.
All right, I'm sorry.
You can say to your child, right?
Hmm?
I'm sorry, Sanchez. Let's say you have a child. Everybody, what do they do when their baby is born? The baby is perfect. Oh my God, it's perfect. That child is perfect. But once that child start now getting his cognitive senses and he starts moving around, and now that child, he or she is conscious now to make choices. Oh, they're gonna put their hand in the cookie jar. They know mommy said don't put the hand in the cookie jar, but that child now is,
Okay.
now you
So
have
so
choices.
so
So
yeah,
this is
so
what the scripture
the child
teaches you.
the
You have
child
choices
so
to make.
so the child learns evil as he grow. Evil is something he picks up sort of in society. I get what you're saying,
The-
but
the- so
but But
Yes,
but
choices we make.
but society nor the child created evil, nor did they create good. Because if I ask you, okay, we both agree evil exists, we both agree good exists. If I ask you the source of evil, I don't get an answer. But if I ask you the source of good, it's the Most High. I really, it's like I'm
No,
not.
the
I
source of
want to.
evil.
Yeah. Who's source
No,
of
the
evil?
source of evil is the scripture. The Most High doesn't shy. He tells you his right hand. He uses it for. He has his left hand, his right hand, and he says, "If you're doing good, I will bless you." But he says, on my right hand, he says, "I have my who would go out there." Or if you guys want to call it angels and all that, there's no
Well,
such word as
if
angel
you
in the
do
Hebrew.
good, I'm
It's
gonna bless
messenger.
you,
But
and
I'm
if you
saying,
do bad, I'm gonna curse you, right?
yeah, but isn't that life? No, but I'm saying we want things to be different. And God, just like He gave us common sense with the sun and the moon, hey, you're not
No,
going
I
the
get
sun, you're
what you
not sleeping
saying,
on the
but
sun.
sister, listen,
Why
you don't
can't we
have to.
understand that?
You don't have to defend it. I do. Listen, this is what I'm trying to
I'm not
get you.
defending it.
Hold on.
Why
Slow down with me. Slow down with me, please. Let's listen to what I'm saying. Your God said, if you do good, I'm gonna bless you. If you do bad, I'm gonna curse you. So you're admitting that your God created good and bad and blessings and curses. Because your
Yes,
God, yeah. So
yes.
listen, let me tell you who your God is called. Your God is called a demiurge. I was teaching about that a few lectures ago, where I told people who remember that, y'all. I did a whole lecture about it. You're talking about the demiurge, sister. Let me
I
explain.
do.
Let me explain the demiurge to you. The demiurge
I
is
know what
the
a
yeah. Listen, the demiurge is the original Hebrew god, El, the god El, and at this time there was no adversary or devil to El. That God did good and bad to the people on earth. It wasn't till later till
Where
they
did you get that?
hold up. You please, sister, please. I'm trying to. You can't be listening to me if you're. Please listen to me. The demiurge is an ancient god that was worshipped by the Hebrew, which is can be synced to the god El, Yahshua, Yahweh. In his original form, he was a serpent deity. That's the serpent had the knowledge of good and evil. That was the demiurge. That was the demiurge right there. That's the original god of the Hebrew, a serpent god, and I can start showing it to you with architecture, artwork, and all that ancient Hebrew culture. But that God, he manifested good and evil. That one deity. It wasn't till later till they split that God, and the serpent aspect was given to Satan for evil, and then you had the form L or whatever for good. So that's why, in order for them to still tie together the demiurge attributes, sister, they had to tell you Satan gets authority from God, which would still mean that the God in heaven is over good and evil, the demiurge. He never lost that ability. He just acted him out on earth as Satan and Jesus. But it's the one, and they say that, remember the book of Job, the devil had to go to God to get permission to harm Job. So it's God calling the shots. Every evil act that's happening on earth is being authorized from heaven because the God in heaven curses and blesses. That's the demiurge. That's all I wanted to point out, sister. And I can show you the image of the God you worship, and which is why you have to translate it in Hebrew. But go ahead, sister. I want to know if you familiar with what I'm saying, or have you done research on this or whatever. You can unmute, and then I'll let other people in a second. Salutes to the sister, the Queen Devanya as well. Yeah, go ahead, sister. You got it.
Thank you, brother. I don't agree with your understanding. I can tell you Like if
Am I allowed to talk?
you and I can keep going, and I can say to you, well, you're saying El is a god of such and such, and and I can easily ask you, okay, Sanchez, what does El mean? Because for us to go and say, I have a
L, I
presentation,
got you.
I
I
already
know
have
what it mean.
yeah, I'm going to be doing a presentation on the names of God in the scripture on SVDL. You know, I've already set it up with Solarmind. And so I tell people, if you want to eliminate their shame, oh, El was a God, El was this. El existed before the flood. You can find the names of it
Yes,
in
that's what I
the
was
guy's their
telling you.
name at the end of the.
Listen,
So now here's the
what
thing.
listen, what
The
does the
word
name, what
El,
does the
no,
name, yeah, there
but
you go. Go ahead. Yeah, there you go.
El, I can I don't want to go into it's like 4 o'clock in the morning in New York, actually 5 in the morning. So I haven't slept all night. But it's El means power. So when you're reading the Hebrew scripture, you can find the El is being used. The word means power, right? Power, might. That's what it means. So back then, our people, we called him just like people call him today, the Almighty. People say the Almighty. El Elyon, Elyon means highest. It means the uppermost floor. It's like, like penthouse. It's like the highest level. So El Elyon means the highest power in Hebrew. So when people are saying, oh, these are names of gods and all that, my point is, if you just okay, you guys are saying these are names of gods, let's eliminate those words from the Hebrew language. If you eliminate those words, you're eliminating a lot of words that's used for just common language, because the word Elyon.
You wanted a streamlined version you could access.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hello?
Somebody.
You
Yeah,
understand
y'all.
that? So
Listen, everybody on the panel, make sure your backgrounds are quiet and all other media devices are off so that when I call your own, we can hear you. Go ahead, sister.
yeah, so let me just finish off and I thank you so much, brother, for letting me on and speak. And I don't get to, I live in solitude, so anytime I get on, I tend to like talk fast and talk a lot. So thank you for curbing me. So I don't get insulted when you mute me. I need it because I do get bubbly in this subject. So I
Well,
apologize to anyone.
let me give you this real quick, right? Um, the word "el" in Spanish translates to "the," the, simply the.
Yes, I
Yeah.
speak Spanish. That's what I'm saying. I speak Spanish fluently. I speak, read, and write Spanish. I'm a linguist. I mean, I've been blessed. Like I study languages, and I've been, so I speak and read. So I use my languages wherever I go. And I just recently got into the whole scripture, and I wanted to look at it from the Hebraic point of view. Like, let me read it. I don't read. I don't study Jewish people. I don't, the way they even talk it, I don't even listen to them, because to me, they make the language sound so disgusting. But when you
Okay.
read it, I coined a phrase on SBDL 2 years ago. I call it Hebronics. Like we have the language Ebonics. I came up with Hebronics because when you read it, it's like a rap battle. I mean, the thing is like it has
Yeah, you
disses,
told us about it.
everything rhymes.
Let me ask you something real quick, just for the sake of move, because I know other people want to get in. Do you have any images or depictions of El? Because I do. I have ancient Hebrew conceptions and depictions of the God that they worship.
No, no. When I pray, no, I don't, because I know the light, the all the brightness and the light that is surrounding him. I know I can't see. It's like I can't look into the flashlight. You burn your eyes looking into the sun. So I know his light is greater than that. So for me, I can't form any image of him. No,
I get what you're saying, but it'll be
I have my
put it this
imagination.
way, right? Put it this way. Let's just say Brother Sanchez make a God right now, and my God is a green dude with a blue harp, right? And then the name of him is Santana, right? And then let's say somebody else let's say somebody else hear the name of my God because they read his scripture, and they say, well, I don't see him as a green God with a blue harp. I see him my way. How would you think I feel if I say, well, wait a minute, they took the name of my God, but changed the image? In religion, that's called desecration. It's the biggest form of insult. If I were to take, for example, even with Satanists have no problem depicting their God a red dude with horns. Now, if I say that ain't Satan, and if I say I worship it, I'm starting my own satanic church, and Satan for me is this way. So we start to change the images of these gods away from the way of the people who originated these things in conception, in the beginning state. So what I'm saying is you can change the image of El, but the origins of El remain the same, and those origins are attached with a specific image. So I would have to say you're dealing with a different religion now other than the Hebrew, and you wouldn't even need to translate it in their language if you don't want to use their conception or image.
No, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't, because what you're saying is the Bible. See, I take everything what the scripture says. So, especially in the Hebraic form from our people, written language, right? So, and God Himself tells you, He says, that's why He never gave us any image of Himself, because He didn't want no images made of Him. So I take that, and that's why He said, no man has ever seen they sick, because if they do, they would die. We listen, there are people dying from heat stroke right here, just from the light. And His light, He tells you, it is too powerful. His realm, even the way the Christianity talks about, like, people are living amongst God. When the scripture tells you God is in His dome, it tells you the seraphims are below Him. And then you have, the seraphims and the cherubims are there in another layer. And then we are below that layer. So even the way Christianity and them, nothing can survive within His realm. He is in His own realm, and others are around Him, His seraphims and cherubims, which He describes so eloquently in different chapters, are there. And then we are below. How do we elevate? Everybody's talking about elevation. They want to get to their chakra, the home and this and that. The same thing that all these nations, that's why I tell people, leave these people alone with their religion. I'm not saying that whoever they're worshiping is right or wrong. I'm saying if it's peaceful to them and it's bringing peace to you, you got a lot of white folks, they go to Christian church and they're like, leave these black folks alone and all that. So I'm like, you leave these people with their religion. It's keeping them calm, because if a lot of these white people didn't have Jesus, guess what? They'll be freaking coming after us. They'll be hating us just like the Antifa, all the other white. You understand what I'm saying? They will be hating on us. So it's like, leave them with their religion, because it's keeping them at peace. Otherwise, we will have more white people after us than we do now. So let's just stay calm. And that's what the Bible says. That's what God says. The word Elohim means judges, mean ruler. It can mean a president, someone who's ruling your country. It means they have the power to set the rules and the laws and govern over you. That's all Elohim means. You got the power to rule over people. So when God says, I gave all these other nations, all these other countries, their president, but you, Israel, you Negroes, I'm your president.
So
I will keep reigning,
when God spoke that to His people, did He crack the sky open and they were standing in a crowd, or how did He speak it to them exactly?
According to the scripture back then, we were closer to Him, where words came out. You had volcanoes, but you probably would appreciate this. We talk about frequencies and all that. And I tell people, sometimes you hear with the thunder cracking, and some people would hear, to them it's thunder, right? A thunder, and roll the clouds rolling. But so another person, they're hearing words. So it's like not everybody is going to be hearing and they're in tune to what they're hearing. And I'm just bringing that up as an example. It's like not everybody have the, that's why our blood, why is it
Saying
Sanchez?
that
Why is it the Negro blood?
that God spoke with the sound of thunder roaring.
I'm saying back then, however it is, I really don't get into the semantics of how he did it. I don't need to know because I'm not God.
Well,
Like I
listen,
try to,
sister,
I know my limits.
listen. If we can figure out how
But I'm
God's
saying
hold on,
you're close to
wait. If we can figure out how God spoke to his chosen people, we can see what he's saying to us today. Maybe the reason people ain't listening to God because they don't know what to listen for. So this is very important. It's like very, very important to know what it is when God's speaking.
yeah.
That's we need to know that. So we,
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
Right, but he also says if you study the scripture, it tells you how the declination of our people came. It was like we were close to him. Almost like, Adam, you were in the garden, now you got kicked out of the Holy Land. Now you're not a light being anymore. Now you're a physical being. And we talk about these light beings and all that. And the scripture tells you once you're around his power, his son, he even tells you the sun and the moon does not exist once you're living in his
Sister,
dome. So with this part where,
sister.
listen, I have so much. It's like I get my words get mixed up. I go all over the place because of everything I've learned. So forgive me for that.
I want to thank you, Devanya. You're doing a good job. I'm gonna say you holding it down, my sister. And I want to thank you for your support too. You welcome here anytime. This is fun stuff for me. I'm just picking your brain. One thing I like to do is make people question what they believe in. And it can be a little challenging sometimes. I'm gonna pipe down on you right now, though, my sister. Good job. I'm gonna drop a bomb right there.
No, I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I think you held
You
it
brought up a
on.
great point about not bothering people about their religion, but I just wanted to add maybe we should be talking about these things. These are some of the most important questions there are. And then one other thought I had is about the scripture. You source the scripture as a source there. And then when Bro asked about how did God speak the words, and nobody can tell us how, or they'll tell us a burning bush or Moses on the mountaintop. So it's just we have to take a lot on belief, which I'm not really willing to do. So that's where I'm coming from.
And I also wanted to say,
it'll tell you that he
I
speaks
just,
to you in his mind.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go right after me, Boy Blue. So what I wanted to say was that it's not possible if God were able to speak words to someone, that would be a physical attribute. God is a spiritual being, therefore, he cannot interact with the physical world. The only way for him to interact with the physical world would be in order for him to house himself inside of the physical body. That would be necessarily his temple, like how Bro Sanchez teaches. So in order for him to interact with the physical dimension, or multi-infinite physical dimension, as I've taught and explained already, he would have to house it, or he or it or she would have to house itself. It would not be able to interact with the physical world if it is a spiritual being unless it houses himself. Therefore,
How do you know that there's no physical component to God?
Well,
good.
And if he could house
The
himself in
physical
physical, then isn't
Yeah,
there a
so
physical component?
you know what?
Yeah, there is a
You
physical
mind if I
component.
you mind if I briefly interject on that real quick? Because I think that's interesting, right? I think God do houses himself in the physical creation. I think what we calling God is a multidimensional intelligence that permeates throughout the entire universe, and it's housed in every aspect, in micro and macro, from inside of a germ to a tree to a star. So I think that if you put a seed in the ground, there's an intelligence in the dirt and the seed to know what to do to make a tree. And I think that invisible intelligence is what we're calling God. If you cut your skin, you don't have to tell it to scab up and heal itself. This invisible intelligence that's making the sea go in and out, and the tides go in the seasons and the suns. It's definitely in control over the physical world. So in that aspect, it's directly attached to what we call physicality. And it's sort of like a driver of a car. Don't control the car from the outside, but from the inside. But so the creator is actually manipulating all the forces of nature all around us, from the waves in the ocean to a volcano erupting. Something's making it do that, and it's doing it for a reason that's smarter than what we know. Every wave splashing is to aid the earth in its ascension. So I do think that we can't separate ourselves from this creator in no part of the creation. The physical part, the mental part, spiritual part is there with an intelligence governing that thing. If you want to talk about a germ or a bird, whatever, you will see. You won't be able to escape this invisible mind that's governing everything. But yeah, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Can I
I
say
ask
something?
2 questions?
Oh
May
my
I ask?
bad.
I'm sorry.
And
Go ahead,
peace,
brother.
Sister Divine. What's going on, sis?
Peace, Blue. How are you? This Blue, right? How you doing, brother?
All good, long
I,
time.
w- I wanted to say this
Well,
real quick. I think that this have to be said. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't just continue to listen to this. Um, Religion as a whole has been very detrimental. I don't care if you believe in the Quran, Buddha, whatever. It's been very destructive on this plane, and that's a fact. And it seemed like to me that people refuses to admit this. Like they
that's what I
they
was
don't
gonna say.
a
But
lot of
I
people
literally just
pretend,
admitted it to the sister. But yeah, go ahead.
and it's
Go ahead.
like it's like they don't, like, a lot of people don't understand that these religions was purposely created for the sole purpose of to divide us, and it's working. Everybody assume that they know they have the real Bible or they know the real God. Everybody believes that, not realizing that they all been duped, all of them. I don't care what language you speak. I don't care what Bible you believe in, the Holy Bible, the Quran. I don't care if you prayed inside of the Vatican. It does not matter, because they're just
So,
different branches from the same damn tree. And in
so,
order for you to control the world, watch this.
and
In
that's the
order for
reason
you
why.
to control the world, the mind of the world, you will have to give the world what they want. Black people want a black Jesus, give them a black one. White people want a white one, you give them a white one. You make sure, because everybody's not going to believe in the exact same thing. The elites understood that. They tried to make everybody believe under one God a long time ago. It didn't work.
They still
So you
believe in
cannot,
one God. They just calling them
and,
different
yeah,
names.
they tricked them. Right. They tricked them.
And
They
the
But
tricked
saddest
them.
Dread,
part
isn't
about
this
that is how the world
Uh,
is and how we can argue about religion and go back and forth all day. Everyone believes something different. Now, what if there was no religion, no Bible, nothing to hold a human accountable? Then what do you guys think
that's
the world would be?
You have a
see?
lot less
I would compare it
deaths,
to
a
rat
lot
poison,
less
Dread.
wars. Oh,
I would
say
just
that
real quick. I
again.
just want to compare it to rat poison because we wouldn't throw out all of food because rats are dying from the rat poison, right? I think there's a reason why we're drawn to religion for answers about who we are, where we came from, the story of life, and I think then we're given the wrong answers to hijack our curiosity. So I think it's a worthwhile
Mm-hmm.
pursuit, but I think many people are being misled.
Yeah, because
I mean,
I agree with that.
the most valuable space ain't land, is mental space. Whoever control the minds of a
Exactly.
people are own their land, their body, and everything else, even their children. So religion helped them achieve that mental control. In
So,
all,
so
yeah.
but see, that's why we got to
may,
be careful though, as
may,
priests. If So as a matter of fact, go ahead, Sister Divine, because you did get cut off. Go ahead, sis.
No, you guys are so awesome. I'm loving you guys. Thank you so much. I love my brothers. And to cap that statement off, let me say is I grew up in the white world. I grew up here in New York, California. I grew up in the white world. And my phrase, everybody knew me as, I always said, I think human beings are God's greatest creation. I was known for saying this. I just love everybody. And to tell you the truth, I actually had a
Hello, it's
negative.
my time now.
I had a negative outlook.
I want to say
on
something.
our people. Oh,
Give me a topic because this is annoying.
I had negative outlook on our
This
people.
is annoying. I would like to have a different topic. Can you bring up a different topic? I want to talk about a different topic.
Okay, Charlene, you
I'm
know that.
very interested. I want to get some smoke.
Okay, okay.
That was kind of rude.
I tell you
Well,
what.
everybody be
why not?
respectful. That was kind of rude.
No. Everybody had their time to talk too long.
I tell you what, Charlene, this is what we'll do. Let's let Sister Devanya finish. Sister Devanya, go ahead, because we do got a lot of people in the queue and stuff. And yeah, we can just come back to you, Sister Devanya, and knock some of these guys out. So we will keep them waiting. Go ahead.
No, brother, let her go, and then we can continue after. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
the sister I've seen, she's been wanting to speak.
You ain't got
So
nothing to
I have-
apologize for. It's his show when you were talking to him.
Yeah, if you want to
fuck?
finish, you can. And check this out, Sister Devanya. We definitely gonna come back, so don't forget what you was gonna say, and we're gonna continue this Bible topic because I want to pick your brain some. So we're gonna just pass it around and
I
a
would
little
love
bit.
that.
Yeah, salutes to everybody on the panel. The energy is good right now. Let's keep it that way. Salutes to Miss Free, the Sister Charlene. I know you've been waiting, so go ahead. There you go. The floor is open. You gotta unmute.
You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, unmute your mic, sister.
She just talking.
There you go.
Blessed everybody online. Blessed everybody online. Sanchez, you're awesome. Love to hear your beautiful words. Blessed. And blessed everybody on the panel. I appreciate everybody on the panel. Big up everybody.
Big up to you too.
And I just want to throw some words in. Yeah, big up everybody. And I don't mind me. I'm gonna stay on the panel, and I just want to throw something in there when it gets hot. I love to bring the smoke and get right involved. So when you see me online, don't mind. I want to put my little 2 cents in. Great.
All right, bro. I got smoke for you. You heard?
Okay,
Great topics. If you keep me online, I can just throw in a little 2 words when you guys are talking, and I'll keep quiet when I want to bring it out there. Just
all right. I'm
great
sipping.
dialogue.
I started off on Modelo, everybody, and now I'm on Bacardi and OJ. Sister Charlene, what you on?
Bacardi, what the?
I've been working all day, so I have a little few minutes to bring a little talk out. So I just want to be all involved. Don't have too long online. So just ready and just want to be online. We can just go back and forth.
Did I say Bacardi? I think that's Malibu. I don't know.
Oh, you like Bacardi?
Well,
I could
that
be a
ain't
bartender.
yeah,
I'm a
that
chef.
ain't Bacardi.
I'm a chef.
Let me quit fucking with y'all. Salutes to y'all. Let's keep the mic going. Sister Charlene, I'm gonna pass the mic. Sister Devanya, I'm gonna work my way back around to you because that was a interesting deal. Miss Free, you got it. I see you unmute. You got it. Your hand was raised, so I'm going to the hands now. We can start with you.
Baby, my hand been raised for about 3 hours. I forgot what the hell I was gonna say besides the point about religion, because this is the thing: skin color, money, religion, status. We have so many things to separate us as just simple human beings. We're all the same in that aspect. Everybody got a heart. Everybody got a head. Everybody has hair. Like there's no difference in us besides the outside and the things that we choose to believe in. And I was just thinking the whole time she was talking, I was like, man, if there was no Bible or Quran or Book of Mormon or whatever you believe, what would the world be, honestly? We can sit there and say, oh, this isn't the truth, and that's not the truth, and God isn't this, and that's, we can go back and forth until we purple. But if there was nothing, no one believed in anything, we're already fucked up out here. So let everybody believe what they want to. I'm not going to argue or debate. No one's in that aspect as far as religion or whatever keeps them whole centered and trying to be a good person down here, because it's hard enough already. I just ain't gonna argue with it. Long as you feel you ain't got to try to kill me or do me something, I'm good with you.
Well, listen. If you say you feel like ain't nobody trying to do you something, that's what religion. Listen, the people who giving out the jab that's trying to terraform the earth, these people that's trying to terraform our babies, all this hideous shit going on, seedless fruits and all this, tearing up the earth, the sky, the atmosphere, chemtrails, they're Christians, but they believe a different version of Christianity than y'all. You know what they believe? They believe the
Money.
Hold on. I got you. They believe the atom theory or the atomic theory, what they call the atomic theory today in science, but it ain't got nothing to do about atoms. It got something to do with the law that was given to Adam, which was that Adam had dominion over the earth. It wasn't until that book of Genesis and the Bible that man had a concept of domination over the plants, animals, and everything. So they feel they got the right to terraform the ocean. They feel they got the right to make us guinea pigs, because why? Man was given dominion over the earth. They believe that in
Interesting. And the Christianity that they
you got it.
I was just going to
Damn,
add that
Sanchez,
they
you
seem
got
to
me
want to give.
Sanchez, I love you, man. You got me. I'm sorry. I'm
No,
sorry.
yeah, he brought up a great point. I just wanted to add that the
No,
Christianity that they feed the
I love it.
masses seems to be for control. If you look at like the Sermon on the Mount, it's all about getting walked all over and not doing anything and actually giving more to the oppressor. So I just think that it's like perfect conditioning for the enslaved masses. So it's interesting that you say that they follow Christianity as well, but they cherry pick what gives them dominion.
And you know what it does? It keep grown ass people in a childlike state. That's why you call them father. I'm not calling nobody father. I'm a grown ass man. I mean, this shit is ridiculous that people can even. I mean, just we're adults,
I
and if
agree.
you don't see that that book is keeping you mentally in a childlike state, I don't know how to what else I can tell you. Everything you do is this old fatherly this, old fatherly that. He controls everything, just like your parents controlled everything in that household when you was children, right? They paid all the bills, they made sure you ate, they clothed you, everything. We treat that book as our daddy, and that's why they control us so easily. Even right now today, the government, where the majority of people are waiting on what? Daddy government to give them a stimulus check. Daddy
But you
government to
gotta
do this.
remember though, bro,
Daddy
most
government to do
people,
that. We have to actually elevate until we have to. Yeah, it threw me off. We have to elevate our mind and become adults like we're supposed to be. Stop allowing these people to put this shit in our head, shit they cannot prove, because nobody can prove any of those books to be real. Nobody can. They're stories.
Right.
I
Until
agree
you
with
can,
you guys.
until somebody can show us undeniable evidence of it, all it will ever be is a belief. And I fall back.
Right.
I
And
I agree
go
with
ahead.
your point on it, but I think we got to be careful how because though you have your own mind and you don't need governance to 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 make your decision. A lot of people need that and rely on that, and that gets them up every day. Most people don't want to have to think about the shit that we think about in research, bro. Most
And
people
that's
just
the
want to go on
problem,
about
though.
their life.
That's the problem. Listen,
Right.
listen. They've replaced their ability to think with their ability to believe. And if you
Right.
ask me, listen, check this out, right? An animal that's in a life or death situation who believe that it's gonna be saved by somebody versus an animal that can think its way out of that situation in a critical moment, which one gonna be better off? We're living in a critical situations as people, and guess what? We ain't using critical thinking. We using critical believing. So the harder shit get, the more we believe. The harder we struggle, the more we pray. The more we dance and shout and sing. And I saw this with my own eyes in the church. The people going through the most was the most. They was hopping over goddamn benches and shit in that motherfucker.
And it's always the old people too, because the oldest ones, they're the ones that have been taught that religious factor for so long that they've literally, you couldn't tell them any different. They've literally applied it to their way of life to the point where they can no longer think for themselves. They
Baby,
literally
that,
they they depend on going to that church every day. If they could go to the church every day, they would, because that church is their problem solver to them when it's never solved a problem in their life. Get this. When I was first introduced to the Bible and I was in church, man, I hated going to church. I know everybody did when they were a kid. They just didn't enjoy going to church. When I was introduced to the Bible, I remember I remember a pastor walking over to me, and he knew I didn't believe in the Bible. So I told him, like, hey, well, Jason, Jesus Christ died for our sins, and he had magical abilities like being able to walk on water. And I looked up at him and said, with all due respect, Pastor, Jesus walking on water is equivalent to believing that Peter Pan could fly. But so I said, would you believe that Peter Pan could fly if that was in the Bible? Said no. He said no. I said, why? Because that's Peter Pan. So why would you believe Jesus walking on water? Because it's Jesus Christ. The Bible, what the Bible says is true. But
He's been
if Peter
indoctrinated.
Pan was in the Bible, then why wouldn't you believe Peter Pan could fly? Because he's not. And he said because he's not.
And you know the
Good point.
And you know the problem with that? It's because anything outside that book will be discredited. Anything you try to add within that little book, they will spit it back out. Anything you try to take away from that book, they'll pull it back in. They're trapped in that book and they don't want nothing coming in and they don't want nothing coming out. So that's why you can add or take away, and they'll even tell you that that book represent the box that their mind will never get out.
Right. They're
Yes, and the
trapped inside
oligarchs.
the box. They can't think
One thing
outside
is
of the box. When
the
they
oligarchs
close,
also control the exit routes. So they control atheism and they control science. And so wherever people turn, there's another controlled camp. So I just wanted to add that.
I was gonna, yeah, you're right, Tim. And I was also gonna say they don't know how to think outside the box. And when they close that book, that literally looks like a box. When you close the book, it literally looks like a box with the infinite chains of pages to keep your mind indoctrinated. Those words represent the chains, and that closing of the book is the box itself. They're keeping you wrapped up in the chains. What's in the words is your mind, and they're putting those words in your mind and they're wrapping it up like chains.
this church is a business. It's not about saving nobody. Church is a business. You see Creflo Dollar and Joel Osteen and TD Jakes and all of them. It's all about money. They just pimping people out their coins.
Yeah,
Trillions of dollars going
Don't pay
in.
taxes.
The biggest business is the business of saving or salvation. And you see it everywhere, saving lives, even with the jab. So, you know, that's just the whole thing about Savior the whole thing about even having a savior. No one can save you but yourself on a sinking ship. If we all in the ocean, I can't save you. Either you know how to swim or you don't. Don't hold on to me. Don't hold on to me. Yeah,
There's a great quote. A great quote I heard the other day. Every evil yells one message: I am good. And that's what I see so often in these religious folks. They just like they push so hard that they're the good ones. And I just imagine behind the scenes, and I think it's quite evident that they're some of the most evil people.
Yeah.
The most
Ooh, man.
disgusting.
Like the
Oh,
pastor daughter.
Man, ooh. Hello.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, let's let Devanya get it and Cedro start. You're after her.
Yeah, because the whole thing is religion, and one thing I would love for like you guys to get this as far as Devanya is concerned. I hate religion. I don't believe in religion. Every single organized religion. I grew up in the churches from the islands, coming to America and dealing with all this. I left the churches. I did things that where I thought it was, hey, it's okay. The law says you can have an abortion. And I'm admitting this, right? I have admitted this before, live. I've had more than one abortions back in the 90s. No, back in the 80s, because the government here and me, it's like the way I was raised up. You marry the first person you marry, you live forever. You know, you're married forever. But here in America, when you start getting in, when it's like now I'm at that flowering age and all that, the system was saying, hey, it's okay. The baby, it's like the baby is not a baby yet. So if you have an abortion, you're not doing anything wrong. So they put that psychology was a psychology painted back then. Like these people who are ruling this earth,
Now let me
they
ask.
painted that to our people.
Let me
So
ask you
go ahead.
this real quick, Sister Devanya. There are a lot of Hebrew Israelite women or biblical-based Hebrew-based women who committed abortion based on what the doctor said, what you just said. Why didn't they go by what the Bible said?
Because you have to look at it. Did they know it back then? Like what if I knew if I know if I knew then what I know now, as the saying goes, I would have never done that, because for me, I understand now how the whole system is set up
There you
for
go.
us to
There
to
you
kill
go.
off our babies and our people. I understand the system, and that's what the scripture was telling you about. The scripture even tell you, don't count yourself, don't give no sense. We're not even supposed to give senses. That's why it's like, yo, yeah, no, it's only one person living here. Yeah, don't give census,
There you
because
go.
it gives them the advantage of knowing how many people are where they at. So for me, when you guys are talking about religion, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate organized religion. I hate the whole Jesus character. I'm sorry if I'm offending anybody out there. You have your religion, but I would speak and say I hate all those other things, because all those other religions out there, or religions out there, they don't talk about the plight of our people.
You know what I would say about you, Sister Devanya, before I go to Cedro? I would say that your form of bibliology or whatever, your form of Bible study is unique, and I like it more than a lot of these other radical guys that's just taking it to push racism and hate. But I will say that
yes,
you share a little bit of that, but not as much when you say that, your God have a chosen people. My only thing with religion is that everybody said, hey, God got a chosen people. But when Jesus came to the earth, he preached the gospel to every single soul, and he'll heal anybody. He didn't seem racist
no,
for
he
real.
didn't.
Yeah.
That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. And even though I don't believe in Jesus, I'm going to say that's a freaking lie, because it told you all the places Jesus went to. Jesus didn't hit this side of the earth. He didn't hit America. What about the people that was living in America?
Well, let me say this. Let me.
Well,
let
that
me
was a
answer-
difficult
Let me. Let me answer you. You're right.
Religion is a worldwide
Hold on.
thing.
Hold on. You're exactly right, Sister Devanya. But here's what you're missing. Jesus wanted the gospel to be spread to the whole world, but he knew it wouldn't ever happen in his lifetime. That was a lot of work. That's why he told the disciples when he died to go start the churches and spread it throughout the world. So that was his mission. He said the gospel, he wanted it to be for everybody, which is why Christians even say that the world can't really end till everybody know the truth and get the gospel.
But this is why the Christianity and like you guys, that's why I agree with every single thing you guys were saying. I agree with everybody who came on. All these, I agree with you. Even this, I agree with you guys because, like I said, you don't have to be involved in the scripture for me to agree with you. I do that with my niece. That's why I agree with a lot of the things that come out your mouth, Brother Sanchez, because what you're saying, a lot of the stuff you're saying, that's a lot of it is common sense. Guess what? That's what the scripture is saying. But you will never get that reading in the English. You will
But listen,
never
let
get
me
that
say
following
this.
religion.
Somebody in the chat said Jesus said he came for the lost children of the house of Israel. But Jesus said, I will save as many that will call me by my name.
Yeah, and not only that, Jesus, what did Jesus say? Jesus told them, right? According to those people who believe in Jesus, Jesus told them, if somebody smack you in the cheek, you turn the other cheek. Yo, if somebody come, listen, I literally have didn't even get to a lawsuit, a super's jaw, a super, I broke his jaw. I just one spin because that's the way I grew up in the islands. My father taught me. Anybody come and track you, you'll go full strength. So I spun around. He put his hand on my shoulder, trying to fire me. He didn't know I was a boss. He just saw me as a black woman, a black laborer. That's how he saw me. But I was a super who came from another job to help set up his new job because he just got hired. But he just saw me as a laborer. When I came back, where were you? Where were you? Make a long story short, he came, you're fired, you're fired. And I'm like, call the boss, call the boss, call the boss, call the owner, actually, call the owner. And he would not listen to me. And then next thing I know, I felt a hand on my shoulder.
We gotta
I
be
turned around
mindful.
and I broke his jaw.
You know what?
But
I appreciate you sharing that for us. I got to move to Cedro Star. You're fine. You're fine. I'm gonna come back to you. We're gonna talk more about the Hebrew God. Go ahead, Cedro Star. You can do whatever you want. I think you got smoke. Go ahead.
Yeah, all right. So, peace, peace, peace. Thanks, bro. Like, yo, on the other day I came on, I was speaking about the ordinance of white people. I mean, you guys were speaking about it, and I added my 2 cents. And
We were
I have brought
talking
up what I
about
think.
melanin, Neanderthals, and all of that. Yeah, I remember. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I feel like I brought up a great point, which I feel like I got laughed at after, but I was actually thinking about it for the past 2 days, and I've been watching your show, and I've been feeling like double just to just jump in, just put my 2 cents again. But I was watching what's his name, the guy that do the indigenous black people. What's his name? He got a good channel. It's a big channel, and I think he was on your show before.
Dane Calloway. Go ahead.
Yeah, Dane Calloway. So I was watching, and Malcolm X brought up the same point that I did. He said there's no white
Wait a
aborigines.
minute. How close is the receiver to your mouth? It seemed like it's either right or
It's close.
Yeah, let's be
All right, I'll take
mindful
it off
of.
the speaker.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Now you're muted.
Oh, okay.
Hello, you can hear me now?
Oh, there
Yes.
you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Malcolm X said that there's no white aboriginals also, and it just like took me off in my head, like, yo, I think I had a point with that. Like, listen, I'm not racist or nothing, but I was thinking about in like school when they said that Christopher Columbus came here and he said that they was looking for new worlds. He didn't say new land or new country, he said new worlds. And I'm really coming to the conclusions that white people came from either a land that's not on the map, or they came literally from another world. Because I'm not racist. I'm not trying to be racist. I got white friends and
Yeah,
all
just
that.
just
I
tell
even
us
got
how
white people in
you
my family.
just explain to us starting now how you come to the conclusion. Share all the research and things that you gathered to
All
conclude
right.
there. Go ahead.
All right. So when I first heard Malcolm X say that, right, because it started from me figuring out that I was indigenous and that most of us are indigenous. So I just started looking up like indigenous to every land, to every country. And every country that I looked up, the people were us, basically, like brown skinned people. And then I started to think, like, where did white people come from? And then you got to think, they always trying to take over somebody's land, like, and that's what they doing till this day, because they don't have like their own. So everybody think that white people came from Europe, but the indigenous people there are not even white. The indigenous people there are brown skinned people too. So I was just wondering, like, I'm just trying, like, I'm not saying that I know it all and I'm 100% right, but it's
Okay,
just
so
a good
listen.
conversation. I think
So
we can have.
listen. So the word indigenous is a word that's related to the original people of the land. If you go to Google and type that in, you're gonna find all black people, because why would they debunk themselves? If I go to Google and put in the universe, I'm gonna find all fake CGI universes that ain't the real place I'm at. If I go to Google and put in first humans on Earth, it's gonna give me ape mans and monkey people. So should I take, how much should we take and how much should we don't?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you were speaking to Malcolm X right now, he told you that, and he told you that there's no white Aboriginals. Would you question him, or would you? Back then, there wasn't even no Google. So what would you say to Malcolm X for saying that?
Malcolm X said there was no white Aboriginals because Malcolm X was in the Nation of Islam. Oh, I got you. Malcolm X was in the Nation of Islam. Hold up. Malcolm X was in the Nation of Islam. And the Nation of Islam teaches the Yaqub theory. And that's why he said there are no white Aboriginals. Malcolm X died with the Yaqubian theory, the NOI theory of the white race being created by Yaqub and all that. But I debunked that years ago. I like Malcolm X. I love the man, but he wasn't right on human origins.
All right, so like, question
The Nation of
so
Islam
can you point out?
the Nation of Islam ain't right on it. That Yaqub stuff is pseudoscience.
Hey, look, listen. How do you know? Question: how do you know that Malcolm X believed in that? Because Malcolm X didn't believe a lot of stuff that the Nation of Islam was in. That's why he got killed. So
Malcolm X believed everything that the Nation of Islam taught, except well, you got to let me finish. Except for one thing that he changed when he came back from Mecca, he started integrating. And then another thing that he didn't believe in was secrecy and silence and the brotherhood oath, which is why he spoke out with the rape thing. You want to know what got him killed? That's what it was.
Yeah, about the Elijah Muhammad and him dating young girls and impregnating them. I know that too. But I'm saying though, on what country do you think that Europeans is from? Because I actually did some research too. There was this guy that I used to watch. I don't know if you saw him or not, but it was a guy. He dressed like.
Well, I'm gonna answer your question. I think, and I know it's gonna be boring because I repeat it every time. I think every single human on Earth is from where the compass is pointing. Where the compass is pointing right now. If you was holding the compass, where would it be pointing?
So the North Pole, right?
I think every single human on Earth originates from that center at the same time, same place. Just like a race. We call them races, right? Let's talk about a race. It was a race from the center, if you ask me, man. Like, and there ain't no cheating in the race. Ain't no head starts. He started first, nothing. I think Mother Nature is fair. She started all of us off at the same place, same time. Ain't nobody getting a head start. Ain't no favoritism. That's
all right,
just
can
my,
I say,
my
can I
that's
say
just
something,
my
right?
now, since neither one of us was there, we're just debating our theories, which is totally fun. Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so do you think the Most High right now that he's creating more species? Because there's species that just popping up now. So are you saying
Okay,
that
yeah, I don't
God
think
created all animals and insects?
I don't think the Most High is creating most species. I think man is mutating species, just like they got glow in the dark goldfish because they mixed it with the jellyfish. Man has crossbreeding and terraforming and doing all DNA. Yeah, man creating a new species.
All right, so that could be true. So I'm not saying that's not true. So because that makes a lot of sense, right? But listen to this too. So you think that the Most High created humans and the animals and insects that he did, and he just stopped after he just had a point where he just, all right, this is the last insect. So you think he did that?
I don't think the Most High created the insects and humans in sequential order. I don't think he said, let me create this, then this, then this. I think that everything we see in the universe was created at the same time, meaning that when the universe unfolded, it had old people, small people, babies, sperms, eggs, small trees, big trees, seeds. I think everything and all of the phases of how everything exists came that way in the beginning. Diversity started in the beginning. Now let's explain diversity. All age groups, that's diverse. All color groups, that's diverse. I don't think none of this diversity came in a sequential order. I think the universe unfolded with colorful flowers, colorful fishes, colorful people, all size trees, different large, small seed form. I don't think that the Most High created middle-aged human beings and that was an earth with no old people, no babies, no, and we had to wait for the old peoples and the babies to get created. Or the universe created motherfucking seeds first, then said, let me create trees later. No, when he created the tree, he automatically created the seed, just like when he created the human, just like when he created the human being, he automatically created the sperm and the egg. He couldn't create, everything had to come at the same time when it unfolded, and there was
All
no
right,
That's what the Bible said.
there was no
so look, so
sequential
look at
order.
that moment. So look at that moment, right, bro Sanchez? At that moment where he created everything at once, white people, black people, all the plants, eggs, sperm, whatever you're saying, he created everything at once, right? At one time, at boom, at one point, it was all existed,
there you
right?
go. There you
Am I
go.
getting you?
You got me.
So like you telling me after that moment, listen, I'm not trying to disagree with you. I'm not
No,
trying to
you
argue. I'm just
fine. You
building with you,
fine.
right?
You fine.
So at that moment when he created everything at once, boom. So he just decided after that boom, and that bang or whatever that boom that happened when he created everything, that he didn't create nothing else after that. Whatever that he created, he just said, all right, I created everything that I created at this moment. Boom, is all that there is. I create nothing else.
Yeah.
No, I think he set it into motion.
Yeah, that definitely.
And then the biological functions like reproduction kicked in. And we do have similarities to our parents. And so I think it plays out and it's kind of a simulation. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I agree. But the thing is this, I don't think there was nothing else needed to be created. For example, when you were born, everything you needed was in you when you came out that vagina. You had your heart, your liver. God didn't say, well, I'm going to let him be born without kneecaps. And when he grow up, he'll get his kneecaps. Or I'll let him be born without eyes. And as he grow up, he'll start developing his eyes. You had every single thing you need. There was no need for you to go back inside of your mother fetus and say, I forgot my liver. Everything you needed was there.
That's
Boom. See what I'm saying?
Self-contained, yep.
Yeah, that's what I think.
But it's
about
not
the
perfect.
universe.
It's not perfect. We can only sense certain frequencies on certain spectrums, right? Like we could have had other senses. So it's there's that as well.
I think that
So I got one more question. I got the one last question that I'm leave it alone, right?
ahead.
All right. So go back to my first question. You still didn't answer it. Why aren't there any? Because this is the question where I'm trying to get past it. Because I actually subscribe to what you say about white people. I actually agree with you, and it actually did give me a good feeling to feel like maybe God did create everybody at once. But the fact still remains: why aren't there any white Aboriginals, or like you think there are white Aboriginals?
Listen. White people deleted themselves from Aboriginal history on purpose. The moment they came with the evolution theory, they made themselves the youngest humans on earth. and they
Okay.
made black people the first humans, the ape people, the lucid bones, the monkey shit. So nobody want to be first. Every nation in the world saying, yeah, black people first. And so when you pull up who the original people, everybody gonna point at us. Everybody's search engine gonna put us there because they're associating us with the monkey theory, the lucid theory. So they said that the smartest form of human in their science is what they call modern day man, which date back to 7,000 years ago with the building of the pyramids. They said every human before that is primitive, Stone Age, dumb, scratching a butt, digging in a butt, all of that. So they got a very racist history, and you know we know their history is racist, but we don't see evolution as. Wait a minute, hold on, everybody. We know their history is racist, but we don't see evolution as history when it's giving you the history of the very first humans that walked the earth, and it's monkey people. And that's why they tell you black people were first, and we don't get the joke. We don't get the joke. No, see, they made it the who's ever first is last, like the Bible say, the first shall be last. The people who first in history are the dumbest humans, less evolved. That they call that black people, melanated aboriginal people, jungle people. And they said that the people who were last are your cell phone builders, Nintendo creators, car makers. You don't see the racism in evolution? And why white folks telling you that we're new. We're the new human and y'all the old version. And everybody like the new shit. Everybody know that new is synonymous with smart in their fucking biased world. And old is synonymous with dumb. It's a trick. Wake up, man. Go ahead.
I think you nailed it, bro.
I've been trying to tell people this shit for the longest. And it's crazy how they so prideful to say that they come from a damn monkey. They love it. Yeah, we was here first. And I'm like, bro, do you understand? Even when they try to nitpick and say, oh, nah, what I'm saying, we was here first, but we wasn't the monkeys. And I'm like, well, no, that's not how that works. Because even with your own doctrine, it still revolves around evolution, regardless of how you try to slice it or dice it. And a lot of people just don't get it. But ultimately, when they start trying to say, well, you know, black people was here everywhere and all this shit, let's be realistic here, man. Let's be 100% honest. The truth is you don't know. Nobody know. Nobody know the origin story because none of us was there. You know, so you got white folks saying they was, you know, trying to give us a perspective, and then we got black people trying to give us a different perspective. And both sides are trying to give us a certain perspective that fits their fucking agenda.
Hey, yo, Brody, but that's true. I'm trying to tell you that's true. You can look it up now. It's video of you go to each country that there's black people, indigenous black people, or aboriginal black people in every country. Like, I'm not saying that Bro Sanchez is not right.
I did a whole presentation, and you can find white people with bones in their nose right now. And I never
said white people. I said
they still live like that today. They still live like that today, but nobody else is putting it out there.
Yeah,
They're still living in the jungles right now today, the same way. They don't have cell phones. They do none of that. But nobody tend to talk about that. We're only making it seem like it was only black people, and you can only find, you know, certain black tribes still living in jungles. And no.
Hey, yo, Brody, can I say something, please? Can I say something? Bro, you can't say that, bro. You can't say that, though. You can't say that.
I did a whole dog. Don't try to take my work from me. Don't ever try to take my hard work from me.
This is what we'll do.
Bro, they can fake that too.
Wait a minute. This is what we're gonna do.
I ain't talking about no fake nothing.
We're gonna show and prove now. All we got to do, Cedro, is show you the white tribes that's in the jungle. Would that be enough for you, my brother?
All right, but can I say something though? And like, it's easy to imitate. That's like white
Okay,
Jews
man.
here right now. People can say that there's
Brother.
white Jews here. Like it's
So you're
white people.
saying white people are imitating the jungle life?
Yeah, they probably do. Yeah, they imitate everything, bro. What are you
They
talking? Come
don't
on, bro. You
even
smart in
speak
that, bro. Listen to you,
English.
bro.
They don't
Listen to you
even
a lot, bro.
speak,
You smart.
bro.
Come on.
They have their own language. They don't even speak English. None of that. So what are you
Hey,
talking
yo,
about?
bro.
Well, how they
So
learn
like,
that?
so your brother, listen, bro. 'Cause I listen to you too. I respect you too, bro.
Cedro,
So you telling
wait,
me that this
Cedro,
not
But
a
I
wait,
let you have
wait,
the flow
wait,
without
Cedro.
interrupting
Hey,
you,
hey,
and you're
Cedro,
not
real
showing me the
quick,
same respect.
real quick. You can't imitate jungle life. You either live jungle life or you don't. You either live street life or you don't. Like a man like Bear
Right.
Grylls, like the survival white dude, Bear Grylls, or the Australian dude who was wrestling alligators. They ain't imitating jungle life. Them niggas living that jungle life. I would never dive on an alligator. He's living that shit. If anything, I'm faking it. But yeah, go ahead, Dred.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, ultimately, brother, you cannot prove it. You cannot. You can't pinpoint and say, this is the destination. This is where black people sprung up out of, and we was here first. White people can't do it. Asian people can't do it. Hispanic people, nobody can do it. But there's nothing wrong with saying, I don't know. That's what make all this great, in my opinion, because it gives me motivation to keep discovering things, keep learning, keep exploring. But we have this ego problem. We want to pretend like we fucking know every goddamn thing. Don't you know the rules? The rules of creation. That's with any creation, bruh. The day you realize or find out who your creator is, you know what happens with what the creation tends to do? They tend to try to destroy their creator. The same way with us creating artificial intelligence. They already know that. If that artificial intelligence ever become aware of its creator, the first thing it will try to do is eliminate its creator. Bro, we would never know the origins of ourselves. We wasn't designed it to know.
All right,
We
so
can
bro,
try
we're
to
not for the
figure
North
it out.
Pole. We're not
Yeah,
for the
so
North Pole then. So
well,
that's
hold,
the case.
hold,
Man.
hold on.
That's not, listen to what I'm saying. Don't listen.
Yeah,
Listen to
I
what I'm saying.
disagree.
said
I
the
got smoke
origins,
for you
like,
when you done, Dreads, on the we weren't designed to know. Go ahead.
right. And the reason why I say that is because when I just look at life, when we talk, well, I mean, we know our parents created us. I'm talking about the creator of all creations. We'll never know, dog. And that's my opinion. I don't believe we'll ever know. And when I say y'all, we're talking, I'm not talking about where we come from. I'm talking about who, what, or what it is that actually created us and birthed
Right. No
us.
way we'll ever know.
We'll never know that,
Yeah,
bro.
want
And
me,
nobody can
want me to
ever
tell you?
tell me what it is.
Hold on. Let
You
me
won't be able to.
let
Go
me
ahead.
attempt just to make it fun.
Peace,
I
peace,
think
peace, everybody.
let me peace, brother. Let me attempt to make it fun. I think it's very easy to know who the creator is, what it is, where it is, and all of that. And I'm finna explain it to you right now. We're gonna deal with who, what, why, where, all of that. I'm gonna break it down. What is the creator? The creator is a omniscient intelligence. Simple. That's a fact. No one can debunk that. That there's an intelligence permeating through every motherfucking acre of the universe and you can't escape it. If I put air in the ocean, a bubble know to form and float back to the surface. I didn't tell it to do that. I couldn't hold it down there if I wanted to because it ain't listening to me. It's listening to some intelligence, some law of this place. If I threw a ball in the sky, I couldn't make it stay up if I wanted to. That ball ain't gonna listen to me. It's gonna listen to that who's in control, and it's gonna fall back down because there's a law called density. What I'm showing you is what the creator is. The creator is the law that governs the creation. The creator is the intelligence behind a seed. The creator is the intelligence behind childbirth. The creator is the intelligence behind why a watermelon seed will never turn into an orange tree. because some told it it's a watermelon. It's gonna be a watermelon. And if you put me in the ground, I ain't listening to you, Brother Sanchez. You may want me to be an orange tree, but there's a divine intelligence told me I'm a watermelon. There's an intelligence all around us. It's an intelligence when something scary happens in your house, the hairs on your skin stand up and you can't tell them to sit down. That body ain't, that your body has a higher intelligence that you can't control. I can't tell my heart to stop beating right now. It ain't gonna listen to me. Only way I can do it is commit suicide. I can't tell it stop. I can't tell my body not to heal itself if I cut it. There's an intelligence inside of my body that supersedes me and my will. If I get cut right now, I can't say, body, you better not heal. I don't want you to heal. It's going to say, screw you. I don't listen to you, even though I'm your body. I have a mind of my own. What mind is that? The divine mind that connects all things. The divine mind that's always in control. The divine mind that we miss what's controlling the sun and moon. That's what the creator is. A divine intelligence controlling this reality. Because there have to be something smart to make a wave crash, to form a snowflake, to make a volcano erupt. So now let's talk about who the creator is, because the what and the who is kind of the same, right? Who is the creator? Everything that embodies the what. If that divine intelligence that I just spoke of is in control of you the way I spoke of, if you're a human body, and there's a divine intelligence that governs that body just the way I explained, and that governs everything in nature, then who is that creator? That creator is the creation. That creator is the creation. So where is that creator? The real way to answer that is with another question. Where is that creator not? That creator is everywhere. Then you got to say, why is that creator existing in the first place? And you answer that with another question. Why do the creation exist? Why do the mother get the title of mother after she had a baby and not before? She can't call herself a mother till after she give birth. And the creator can't call itself a creation it can't call itself a creator without a creation. So the why is a symbiotic relationship between the creator and the creation. Why the creation exists? Because the creator exists. Why the creator exists? Because the creation exists. Why the creation exists? Because the creator exists. Why the son exists? Because the parents exist. Why the parents exist? Because the son exists. They can't call themselves parents without children. They will have to call themselves just a couple. The title comes with the act of birth.
But
yeah, so yeah, I'll stop if you want to cut in. Y'all get the point.
I just want to say real quick about your definition. I think it's limiting. I think saying that the creator is the creation is limiting. That's just one drop in the bucket of what the creator is. That's what we see of the creator, but we don't know everything we don't see.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Where can you go in the universe and escape creation? Where is there a place called non-creation?
That's a great point. I don't think there is, at least that I could go to.
Right.
I still don't think that means that the creator is exclusively the creation.
That's why we call it something instead of no thing.
So hold on. Let me holler at Tim for a minute. Let me respond with him real quick. There's no way to prove the existence of nothingness. All we know is creation, and creation is said to be infinite. So by that theory, if creation is infinite, I'm not limiting the creator or the creation, because if creation is infinite, the creator is infinite. So I think anything other than that explanation would begin to start to limit that infinite thing.
Okay, I hear you, because infinite's a powerful word, so I think that's a great way to put it. But you mentioned earlier omniscient, which means all-knowing, and then it's infinite. So it's an infinite, all-knowing creator. I don't know if we could ever understand that since we know so little. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so you'll never understand it in totality, you understand it in degrees of enlightenment. To me, I do believe in reincarnation, Tim, and I think every lifetime is a closer understanding with the creation. I think that's the whole purpose. But yeah, go ahead.
May I interject, gentlemen, please, with this?
Yeah,
Can I introduce
yeah, but we gotta
a
be
thought of
we gotta be brief, sister. No
okay,
offense. Yeah, go ahead.
okay. I appreciate that. Thank you. A video game, you create a video game. A lot of you guys play video games. So you create a video game, and if you're making it realistic, how do you create the video game? You create it with a character, and you create it in the character of a man, in the image of yourself, right? Like in the image of how you know man. Like people have Pac-Man and all that. We're talking about when you're creating a realistic image, you create it in the shadow of yourself, in the image of man, how we live now, and you create reality-based situations. So when you look at that and you put yourself in God's creation, it's like, yo, yes, I created man, and now we are living flesh, living this thing just like a creator. So ask yourself, the person who created the video game in the image, they created in the image of man, realistic situations and everything. Isn't there always a creator, something that deals with the outcome, what each character, their characteristic is, or he even
Yeah.
knows like the
It's a
heirs gonna
hierarchy of
attack.
creators.
Yes,
That's a
there
deep
is a
And our
thought. I
parents.
like that.
And then the video
So
games creator had parents that created them as well. So yeah, it keeps going up the chain. Exactly.
exact. So
That
for
sounds
me,
kind of like
that's
the movie Tron.
to say. Yes, I'm done. I'll mute. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it was a very good, and I agree with the breakdown that you did. Um, but the only thing I take away from it is it was a very good breakdown of the intelligent level of the set creator. It still doesn't, to me, I still don't get what it is. It doesn't tell me exactly what it is, because it could be infinite. It could be infinite of things. It could be anything, actually. It could be like even the way she just broke it down. The creator can have a creator. It could be layers to this shit. Our creator could have had a creator that created it. And that
But
creator could have had another creator that created it.
But
It
if
could
you
be
are
a,
the
it could,
if you are the
we don't know.
creation,
Hold on. Can
you are
I
the
please
creation,
Yeah,
be
yeah,
uninterrupted?
yeah.
I don't interrupt nobody.
So let
I'm
him
sorry.
finish,
What I'm
Devanya.
saying is,
I'm very sorry.
what I'm saying is nobody can actually show. If you can't show it to me, let me see it with my eyes.
Show you what?
Let me see the creator. You don't know. You can't. Let me see the creator, and not the creation. The creator itself, or can you show me if that creator had a creator, or
Okay,
that creator had another creator?
Let me give you this. Let me give you this, right? I look at it this way, right? If you think of a baby inside of a belly, inside of a fetal bag, waiting to be born, imagine that baby saying, "Show me the creator." And I'll tell the baby, you inside of the creator. And you won't really see that what you inside of till you're born out of it. And that's what I think about this whole realm that we're in right now. There may be many realms, like you said, with many creators over them, right? I agree with that. I definitely flirt with that. I believe it's 7 ethers, and there's a different form of the creator governing each ether, just like it's a different form of us living in each ether. So I think just like we got a different alternate personality in every other 7 ethers, there's a alternate form of the creator or this intelligence that's governing each of one of them different. So they all got their own different laws and systems and periodic tables and shit. So, I mean, this conversation is very healthy because it brings back philosophy. It ain't about facts. It's about thinking outside the box. And when you think it's outside the box, you got to reach. That's the only way out the box is to reach out. So I think that the whole conversation of figuring out what, who, and why, and where the creator is our true spiritual system. So the symbol of our true spiritual system ain't a cross or a crescent moon. It's a question mark, a quest that'll lead us back to that which we're asking the questions for. So I don't think it's impossible to know these things. I think that we're starting the quest now to begin to know them.
But that was deep.
Yeah.
I fuck
Hey.
with that.
Can I speak on something for a minute? In line with what you're saying about like basically our beliefs, we tend to want to impose our concept of the belief in our God on like the creation, all. The best way I've heard that put is simply saying all. That's it, all. Just like you saying, bro. You cannot identify no thing, a no thing. That's why we say something, because it all sums up to be something. We try to calculate it. Eventually we get to trying to calculate and quantify it and all this kind of stuff. But like just the mere fact that we're sitting here on this panel trying to gather thoughts about something, that's just it, period. Like I said, the quest that we're on. And when you try to like if we speak about a creator, they exist inside of all, period. They always exist in all. People like embody that, beings powerful, some beings who believe they're powerful, or people make them believe they're powerful, or like otherwise they can prove it sometimes they can't, but they have their incarnation, they have their avatars. They are indeed, and like the Hindu, like they call themselves just that, sometimes avatar and stuff like that. They come in these physical forms and they represent a certain seat of power, i.e. the Most High, Ilion El and stuff like all of that. They have these different names that's associated with them being power.
Could that just be us?
Yeah, absolutely. That is us, and that is closer to God or the Most High or the Creator. When we say us versus I am, we are. That's closer to God. We are, not I am. I am is I am in our creation. We collectively are that.
I don't think we should. What you just did was got into semantics. I am, we are. I don't care how a person worded. Let's stay with the concept. Semantics is what muddy the waters, if you ask me. It takes us away from the depth of the concepts we're discussing, and it makes us to argue about what term is correct. Go ahead.
But I mean, we're actually speaking in terms. We're using terms to try to convey messages to each other right now. So, I'm not trying to get into the semantics.
So why debate?
I'm not trying to get into the semantics of it, though.
So why debate the terms? Just use the terms. Go ahead. We know what you mean.
Right. So, that's why I'm saying when we actually, assert ourselves, we assert ourselves as I am this or that. But when we say, we are, like you're saying, basically, all is closer to a representation of that creation or creator or the source, etc. That's getting to the crux of it. When you say when we try to assert ourselves as if, I can hold all that power, then that's when somebody comes for your neck, because you're actually trying to pinpoint, or we try to put somebody up like a Jesus. We try to put them up like a Haru or Horus or Hiru and all, hero. We come up with all these terms, and we want to like this person may believe themselves, or people may believe on that person to be this great, and they may hold that seat for a moment until something greater comes. It's always going to happen. It's inevitable. But all of this is always happening inside all. There's no way to add to it or take from it.
Yeah, so I think the conversation, hold up, Devanya. Hold on, Sister Devanya. I think the conversation me and Tim was having earlier about a part of the universe that we can call non-creation. That would mean that the artist didn't use all of his canvas.
True.
So that's, I think that's where I want the conversation to go to. Because if we can prove that there's a place of the universe of non-creation, then we can prove an imperfect universe or a finite universe.
That's kind of interesting. I don't know. Like you know, you expressing like semantics earlier. That's kind of in that same vein. You know,
Not
if
at
we
all.
say if we say you know, well, I get it, but you know, when we say finite and you know, infinite makes an idea of something actually being finite. That's simply that is my perception. When I'm trying to perceive it, I have a limited range that I can go. Finite minds have a limited range, and that's what we are singularly. We singularly, when we start trying to perceive this, or when we get on our quest, we have a limited scope of view.
Yeah,
You know, like that. You know, we just have a limited range.
Yeah, the way I look at it, man, finite and infinite are just simply like the ocean can be looked at as infinity, but a raindrop can be looked at as finite. You know what I'm saying? An endless ocean is an infinite, but if I scoop a cup of water from that endless ocean, I get what's called a human being. So if the creator is an endless, infinite ocean of energy, consciousness that can be expressed in infinite ways, every time a cup of water is scooped from the ocean, they'll tell you if you studied science. If you go to the ocean right now with a cup and scoop a cup of water, the ecosystem, the microscopic ecosystem inside of that cup will never be the same with each scoop. So you can pour that one out and scoop another one. That's a different universe. Pour it out, scoop another one, whole different. You will never get the same universe or combination. So I look at it that way. The creator is just an infinite ocean, and each scoop, each human is a different universe from that ocean. And upon death, we're poured back into it. And the cup represents us, but we're refilled again. And that's another version, better version of ourselves. Same cup, same you, but moving up in degrees of understanding. So I think infinity is nothing we can grasp in one breath. So we grasp it in lifetimes. We grasp it in daytimes. We grasp it in conversations after conversation, where you just can't. Some things on a computer, you can't upload a large file in one piece. They'll give you a part one installation, part two installation. Like some movies come in 2 discs because they don't want to fit all that. Can't fit all that on 1 disc. So this is I'm gonna stop there. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Totally, bro.
exactly. I compare it to a fractal. And you can keep zooming in on these fractals forever, and you get all these different views of the same equation. And it's a real small equation, but it's actually quite complex, and you'd never be able to draw it all out because there's all these different zoom levels. And the other analogy I would give is like putting together a puzzle and trying to see the big picture of like what are you assembling, but you only have pieces from this little tiny section, and you're trying to guess what the rest of it is. It's just and then there's all the different zoom levels, like you said. If you zoom in on the water and the ocean, there's all this life there as well. And I'm sure you could keep zooming and finding all sorts of crazy stuff that we've never even been able to get at yet. So yeah, I just look at it like I think it was Larry, where we only have a limited perspective, and it's unfortunate, but like Dredd said, we'll never really understand everything, but we can try. We should try.
Right.
Touching in on that. I'm sorry, sis.
No, that's excellent what the brother just brought out about the fractal point, how we know how it's worked. So they even have shown how the forest, when you look at a forest, we from our standpoint as human beings, we walk into the forest, all we see is trees, you bump into trees, some people get lost in the wilderness, they get lost in the forest. But then as you zoom up and go out, what they have shown is even trees in the forest, it grows in a fractal pattern. Like it's like amazing to see, like the nuts, the trees that grow up, they know they have a specific pattern where they're gonna sprout up. You can have 100 nuts fall in the ground, but there's only one of them that's gonna grow in the pattern, forming that fracture pattern that you were just talking about. So it's fascinating. I'm loving this conversation, guys. Keep it going.
And something I
Speaking on,
wanted to
I'm sorry.
something I wanted to point out, and then Lacey, I'm gonna give you the mic. I want to talk
Thank you.
about exactly what everything is. Tim made a statement that stuck out to me. He said, "We'll never understand everything." I think we can never question everything if we can never understand everything. But then again, I don't think everything is something that should be understood. I look at everything this way. If I go in a mall that's the size of infinity, would I ever be able to see everything unless I have an infinite amount of years to live? I think when we say, can we understand everything, everything is infinity. If we're infinite beings, that's the whole purpose of our existence, to explore everything within. How long will it take to explore infinity? Infinity. So to me, these questions answer themselves. Like, why would the universe make us infinite? Because the universe knew it'll take us in infinity to question it, to figure it out. And that means we'll never figure it out because ain't no end to infinity, which means that the questions is just a quest to keep the universe in motion. So I look at the question mark like the donkey with the carrot. You see what I'm saying? Each step he think he getting closer, but he ain't, because every question answered lead to another one, and it's infinite. But if we stop questioning, we stop the quest, we stop moving. The sun and moon will stop. The universe will shut down. Life is a quest. And I think that the act of questioning is the purpose of it all.
Indeed, indeed. Hey, bro, we were talking about something, earlier when, just kind of circling back on this, we were talking about the, solar eclipse and all of that, and like what the bodies are and stuff like that.
Well, hold your thought. I don't want to skip the sister Lacey. Go ahead, Lacey, and you got it, Larry, and then we'll go to Night.
Thank you. All right, so what I was gonna say, I had like a lot to say because everybody said like so much that like I had something to go on to everything that everybody said. All right, but I'm gonna just say this. All right, so I agree with you, bro Sanchez, that everything and everybody was created at the same time and everybody was everywhere. And the reason why I believe that is because I believe that at a certain point when these archons came to take over and stuff like that, they maybe they went ahead and either kill people with floods, kill people with fire, put people in like crazy homes and stuff like that. Like that's why you have these insane asylums that look like castles and stuff. Okay, so put them in insane asylums, and then they took all the children and the orphan, all the orphan children and stuff, and split everybody up. And that's how we became consumers, and that's where you get slavery from. It wasn't actually like, people being bought and sold. It was like, that's where slavery started, I guess. Okay, now secondly, about the fractal, the flower of life. If you look at a DNA strand from the top view down, it's the same shape as the flower of life. So, you know how dang it, I have this picture that I keep meaning to send it to you, but all of the 3D dimensional shapes, like the triangle, the cube, the cone, the I forget what the star, that one that's kind of shaped like the star. I forget what that's called, the tetragrammaton or something. Well, all of that stuff fits in that, right? All of those shapes, three-dimensional, they all fit inside there. And So you know how we were showing the picture of the earth with the, you know, the different rings and stuff like that. So, and some people believe that it's different ponds and stuff. So we don't know how infinite or big it is. So it could be also the shape of the flower of life. Everything can come back to that shape. Everything can come back to the flower of life, the tree of life, the and you know how, like, when, if you want to go with like Christianity, they say that you know, the church is the body of Christ. And like what I was saying is, I think everybody has a piece of the puzzle. Everybody is a cell of this one, you know, everything is connected, everything's this one thing. Like we're all a part of it. That's why when he was saying we instead of I am, we are, because we are all it. We are all the one thing. If we were together, you know what I'm saying? We're all a cell. Just like our body has different cells and different limbs and different, you know, vessels and stuff. Just like our body of our creator is, like he was saying, we, all of us, right? So, because we all have parents, we all have this, we all have, but, and then whenever you were saying the vision of, you know, and that's why Mother Earth, right? That's why we have Mother Earth, because Earth is also, the realm is also a creation. It's the womb, it's the, it's everything. Okay, that's all.
Okay, so if you put a B in front of the word earth, you get birth. All these religions talk about a second birth and being born again. And I always say how earth shaped like a belly or bell, which is the root word of belly, with the belly button being a North Pole, the umbilical cord that we're all connected to. We was born out of our mothers into Mother Earth, so the next birth is death, which is why the ancestors tied them up together. So we never really die.
Right.
We're born and born and born over and over again out in these different bellies or bells or ethers, domes, with the
Right.
same.
How
And
about each one of those?
yeah, that's why the oldest
How about each
deity.
one?
That yeah, sister. That's I was trying to build with you to what you were saying real quick. Yeah, so that's why the oldest deity in the ancient world was a pregnant mother. Pregnancy is really the worship of a stargate. You know what I'm saying? That's all I want to say.
Yeah. I believe that too, because like that's our portal, right, into this world, this into this realm. That's to get into this realm. You know, it might not be the same for, I mean, it might not be the same way for every realm, because you, just like you were saying, and they call sleep the cousin of death, right? But you know, you saying that death is another rebirth. So when we sleep, that just ties back to all the, you know, astro projecting type of stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
What's good,
but I was
Larry?
saying, like, you know, what, sorry.
No, you got it.
No, I was just saying that, like, maybe every single one of those that you were talking about, all of those that look like wombs, are probably on a different petal of the flower of life. You know what I'm saying? Like in a different spot on the flower of life, like all those circles. Because when you look at it, like I said, from the DNA strand from the top down, even looks like that shape. So I don't know.
No, you're right.
It just makes sense.
You know, it makes sense. If you're looking at that DNA strand from a top down, you do get the flower of life. That's facts. Yeah, we went over that. So yeah, you definitely on point. Let me see who else. Oh, go ahead, Tim, and then we can go to Knight and then Larry Newton.
Yeah, I wanted to broach a subject. If you guys don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But we brought it up just a second ago, and that is the evolution lie that we hear so often. And you brought up how it's racist, and it's when you really drill down and boil it down. But what I'm thinking about is there might be an essence of truth to it. But correct me if you think I'm wrong. And that is that we take on the traits of our parents, and every generation there's 2 times, or actually it's exponentially more people. So in 30 generations before us, it's like 2 billion people, according to my math, that are our ancestors. So there's a lot of like whichever people are mating and who gets killed off has a big impact on the genetics of the people who remain and propagate. And with all this eugenics that's going on, and I don't know the history of the world. It's like you said, they're lying about history when they talk about evolution. And I just wanted to ask you guys if you thought there's anything to be said that the population shifts and that God created and let this play out, and the reproduction is just something that's being simulated. Well, they're simulating what happens to the populations and what happens to life if you let it play out. And there is some aspect of evolution going on, in my opinion.
Well, I would admit that if you want to talk about genetically modifying organisms can be looked at as a form of evolution. We can flirt with that. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, if you're genetically modifying organisms over time, you're evolving them. I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, we were not saying
Yeah, like the selective breeding. You see it with like the dog breeds and stuff.
Yeah, we're not saying evolution is a natural thing, but it's something that can only be brought forth by man, because a perfect universe wouldn't have to evolve.
Well, I think it's just an adaptation mechanism that's exploited and weaponized by man. I do think that it happens in nature to adjust with whatever challenges the populations are going through. I think it's beautiful if it was just allowed to play out, but I don't think it is. But yeah, the question is how much evolution is happening. I don't believe that the slime goo turned into fish, turned into reptiles walking around, turned into dinosaurs, into the birds we see today, or whatever they try to tell us. But I do wonder, why do we see certain types of animals? Like you see a giraffe, but you don't really see something that's kind of like half giraffe-ish. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of its own thing. There's variations of giraffes, just like there are variations of humans. And it just makes me wonder about the stories of the Ark, where they kept certain animal specimens, and then those were allowed to propagate the earth. It almost seems like something like that might have happened because I don't know. I don't know how much of it's natural. Go ahead.
They have that now. They have a vault with all the seeds and all of the DNA strands. You know what I'm saying? Of everything. They have that now.
The thing about mixing species is a new science, and it's 50-50. They have mixed goldfish with jellyfish DNA, and the goldfish glow in the dark. They tried to mix a human with a cow, and it's this ugly picture on the internet. I don't know if that's CGI or what, but it's a human cow. But they said it was a successful experiment, and the thing lived for like a week and it died, but it had puppies within that time. It was weird. So, I mean, the concept of like the movie The Island of Dr. Moreau, blending humans with animals and all that, how much of that is real when we talk evolution? I don't know. I don't think certain species can cross over, like you mixing a human DNA with a tree DNA and getting a human tree, or different crossovers like a mermaid. But hey, who knows?
Right. And then the question is, how did God arrive at whatever God started with? If we're going just to use simplistic terms, was that a trial and error thing? Or did he just, or I hate to use pronouns like he, but did God just conceive in God's mind and then manifest it? I'm just curious the whole process. Obviously, we don't know, but there could be a lot of different experiments going on, and then God could just wipe out one and put a bunch of certain specimens in and run an experiment. Of course, all this is just speculation.
Yeah, there's a method that you would definitely have to use in order to create a world like this one. And I don't want to really I mean, I can explain it again, but it would take me like, I don't want to take up other people's time, so I'm gonna just put it into like a short phrase. When it comes to this method,
there's certain modifications that have to be made in order to create a multi-infinite dimensional universe while making it infinite to a certain extent. So basically, in order to create that manifestation, that it has to be constant. So in order for something to be constant, that it doesn't have, you can't really trace its beginning point unless you're unless you're the thing that created it in the first place. So you can't exactly track it. So when it comes to this universe being necessarily, or this multi-dimensional universe being necessarily created, we as people will not be able to calculate the specific time frame this universe came to be, because in order for you to pinpoint exactly where that is, you'd have to be the thing to create it. And since we're not the things that created it, even though we're a part of this infinite universe, it we're we just can't, pinpoint it. We're not the thing that created it. Therefore, we can't exactly pinpoint where necessarily it is. We can only travel throughout it and just accept the experience for what it is until we get the necessary answers to make up what this universe or its purpose is. And yeah, that's just the basics of it.
Yeah,
But if
so
you want to get into the method,
yeah, you know what's
huh?
interesting?
Just
You
want
know
to say
what?
something?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
Oh,
I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
no, you can go first.
Yeah,
You can go first. It's all good.
I was gonna say this is a good conversation I like to have, Jason, because I think that man created time, but the universe created the beginning. And the beginning and time may seem the same, but they're not. When we ask when did the universe begin, we're looking for a date and a time. But the time that the universe began was the beginning. That was the time. When you talk about the universe,
Exactly.
it was simply if someone asked when did the universe begin? In the beginning. That's why the Bible opened up in them three dramatic words right there. That's the actual date of the universe, the beginning, the beginning. There's no numbers or nothing you can put on it because that beginning refers to a point before there was a calendar, there was a number system, that we just know the beginning, like the creator, which is why the word the is the name of God or El. But yeah, go ahead. You cooking.
And in order for something to be infinite, it has to constantly be created, which means that if the vibration of this universe stops, everything stops. When it begins, the vibration comes back. So here's basically the answer and when the universe was created. Now, it's being created and projected right now. Because if that projection stops, this universe stops. And if it begins, it begins. So it's literally being created every microsecond. It's creating and fading, but it's being sped up so fast you won't be able to pause in frames of time to where it's no longer there and is there. So it's moving so fast at a certain hertz speed that you can't see with not in neither in a spiritual form or physical form of when it is being vibrated into existence and isn't. So the current time frame that the universe was created is now. It's not in the future, it's not in the past or in the present. It's simply now. It's being created right now. It's being vibrated right.
All right. Hey Jason,
That's deep. That's deep, and a lot of what we perceive is
Yeah.
vibrations.
Yep.
But I think what we mean is different when we're talking about the creation. Like, when did the vibration start?
Yeah, so you know what? I'm gonna tell you like this, right? When we talk about the word start or beginning, it's a paradox. So for example, right? If I got a movie, a VCR movie, and I put it in the VCR, and the movie starts in the middle because somebody didn't rewind it, if someone just asked me, did you start the movie? I would say, yeah, but that don't necessarily refer to a beginning, right? For example, when you go to sleep tonight and you start to dream, the dream don't start at childbirth. You start in the middle of an action, washing dishes or driving a car. You don't even know you're dreaming. You just begin this it was like it was already gone and you slipped into this other version, which is exactly what you've done. But so when the dream start, it's just when you become conscious of it. But the dream already began before you started dreaming, because that version of you in the dream had a birth. So the thing is this right here. If the universe started, it didn't start at an infancy state. It started already completed. Like, it's the difference between me building a house outside and building one in my mind. If I build a house in my mind, I don't need no nails. I don't need no wood. That's how the creator was able to create everything without physical material. What we call physical world is just thought. That's why it goes in and out, like forgetting and memory, which is what thoughts are bound to. So the thought is infinite, but the physical copy is what goes in and out. So the thing, what I'm saying is, like, the person who thought of a chair thought of the chair already built. They were sitting in it and everything. They didn't think of themselves building the chair. They thought of a complete chair. But when it came to them taking that thought and bringing it to the earth, that's when the sequential order come in. Now I got to get a stick, grab this stick, get some nails, do this, do that. But the thought don't happen in sequential order. So our universe exists as a thought. It began as a thought already in completion stage. Just like if I say, think of a house. You don't think of a construction company coming in to bulldoze the land. The house just pop up. So I think the universe was conceived just like that. And the creator thought of an idea. And the idea was fishes swimming, giraffes walking, hippos walking, human. The thought came with everything, like in its complete state. The flowers was in that thought. The mountains was in that thought. It wasn't like he said, well, I thought of just the grass first. Then I added this in the thought and that in the thought. Because if I tell you to think of a landscape right now, you just think of a mountainous landscape or a river. It just pops in your head. You don't start with, okay, I'm going to start with dirt. Now let me draw my river. No one do that. If I say think of a pretty landscape, you just, there you go, a pretty landscape. You, right there instantly. Now, if I tell you to take that and put it on a canvas, now here come the sequential aspect. So that's the thing about what we call physical creation is nothing but another way of saying manifested thought. And the root word of manifested is man, which is what we all are, every sentient being, even the animals. Every flower, everything is
Hey,
just a manifestation of that.
I
Yeah,
want to
yeah, go
touch
ahead.
on what you just. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that point you just made is the way that I come to understand it, and I look at it in the way of like we're created on cycles, and the earth plane that we're on is like a clock. You know what I mean? That's the one thing that we know for sure that we can go off of, that science and nobody could deviate. You know, outside of time, we know cycles, we know eclipses, we know the way, you know what I mean, the stars are set up, and these patterns come and go in a very specific order, and it's all set up just like a watch. And like you said, the watch is already made, you know what I mean? And when somebody press play on the watch and it start ticking, You can't say, well, when did this watch start ticking? The time is going around in the cycle. You know what I mean? 3 o'clock, 12 o'clock, it don't matter where it started. It's going to come around again. It's going to continue in that perpetual motion for however long it continues to tick. We don't know that time. We don't know who created the watch. All we know is we here and we're moving on this cycle.
Mm-hmm.
Yo,
That's
and bro,
something that's. Oh, go ahead, Larry. Go ahead, Larry.
Okay.
yo, okay, just briefly, bro, the expression you used just now, the manifest. I've heard that expression used as like infest, man infest things, and so like, if you well, I'll try to put it in a nutshell. Like, we were speaking about earlier, the solar eclipse and stuff being similar to like the little um processing and loading sort of thing and all of that, and just like this place being some sort of simulation and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I was just kind of like entertaining this. I'm sorry, I'm kind of jumping around a bit, but I wanted to touch on that, before I lose that train of thought. What if indeed on this world clock, man coming here infesting things, you have some men who will be considered evil or try to control all the other men that come here on this quest, et cetera, et cetera. They're the ones who seek to sit on the very throne of the Most High. And they come and they have these virus definitions that they try to put in here, and like implanting, all that kind of stuff. And like those solar eclipses could be the loading of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, that little signal is like, almost sleep mode, or the time where stuff is loading. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody kind of stops and looks at it, almost like freeze. All right, now everything gets back in the like those could be them little sequences or those cycles where that happens. Just like in any sort of operation of a power plant or computer or some sort of mainframe that has a sun and the moon on a circuit. And when these beings come here, they kind of implement their money or their currency, and they need that power. You know what I'm saying? All that kind of stuff. The whole thing plays out just like just like as above, so below, or just like the micro and the macro and all of that. We are simply, those beings are simply emulating with a computer what's happening with this infinite plane that we're on. You know what I'm saying? The whole sequence plays out the same. And like whoever can, we like to think that it's money. Like we always associate the money with the power, but actually those beings, whoever can hold the ball, whoever can hold the seat, or whoever can like infest the minds of the collective body of men the longest, they are kind of sitting on that seat. They trying to see if they can hold it longer than anybody, and they keep on implementing these different virus definitions, or all of that kind of stuff. They just keep implementing them, like seeing how long they can sway the mind, the collective human mind. I mean, i.e. the globe model, i.e. religion and the various religions and stuff like that. They want to control the things seen, unseen, physically manifesting, and like all of that. Yeah, all of that. They just run the whole gamut and try to see how long can they keep you seated at that board game of Monopoly when you can just get up and get away from it. But we're sitting here saying that the little fake money that's on a Monopoly board is the most important thing, to the point where I can sit here as a graphic designer or as an artist, visual artist, etc. I will actually relinquish my divinity and clock in somewhere, for like a third of my day, instead of being with my wife, my family, or my purpose-driven life, or whatever you want to call it. Like we will consume ourselves with some function inside of this social construct, and they create, or should I say, they create the circumstances which we get entrapped in. Instead of being on our life's journey or our life's quest, we find ourselves preoccupied or occupied with this, with like, I can get rewarded as a businessman because I create a sense of busyness for people that wake up with a purpose, but they will negate that purpose because they feel like they need currency or money. And so I get rewarded because this social construct rewards me because I create a sense of busyness. I'm a busyness man. I make people get busy on something other than what their purpose is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Bruce said it great earlier. Just I want to remind people what Bruce said. He said that the mind is the most valuable real estate, or something like that. The most important resource for them to capture, and they spend a lot of time, and they're good at it. It's really crazy. It reminds me of that Garvey quote, Bob Marley too. mental slavery, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. So many people are caught up in that.
And you know something else too that Lacey said earlier about the earliest medical institutions looked like castles. Now remember, they was given the jab in the church. Healing was always practiced in the church. Now when you go to like the UK and all that, back in the day in the medieval time, and for a long time, when they was experimenting with what I would call medieval forms of MK Ultra, they used to drill into all these people brain. They had these big orphanages, and they was just throwing the babies away. They literally had orphan centers all around the earth, and they was using the babies for guinea pigs and shit. So they would they got movies about this shit too, y'all. Now check this out. They were drilling these folks' head to try to rearrange the brain and shit like that to try to achieve mind control, direct forms of mind control. They will also have experiments to rewire the brain to achieve interdimensional state. You know what we call astral projection, get to them levels, but they're gonna always experiment with us first. I swear it was they got movies on this shit I'm talking about. When the earliest medical institutions started to understand the brain and all of that, they was literally cutting into the head, like how we cut into frogs to understand stuff. So this is the thing about it is this right here, y'all. These folks understand the secrets of the universe. The biggest secrets is that we're interdimensional beings, multidimensional, we're infinite. And they want to achieve that infinite state with outer science versus inner science, which is why the ultimate goal of their science is to go to outer space, when the ancestors talked about going within and more so inner space to go outward by going within, because there's a gateway within us. They trying to they're saying fuck all the meditation, fuck all the little namaste shit. We can make a Neuralink. We can just drill through the brain. I know it got to be another way around just being vegans and treating each other right. So here's what you got on Earth. You got a group of beings who was saying the only way you can achieve this higher state as humanity is through a natural spiritual system that Mother Nature is teaching us when we go outside. Earth is the temple that connected us to the universe. So they said, no, fuck that. Let's go in a lab. Let's not go outside. Let's go in a laboratory. And it's a way around all of this nature talking, Mother Earth, kumbaya shit. So that's, if you want to call it good and evil, that's what we got going on Earth right there. The people that's trying to work around the true law of nature, and the people that's saying, hey, I love the law. What's wrong with it? Hey, reciprocation, treating each other right, meditate. That's okay, cool. That's the way nature want it. Let's do it. And we can be gods, if you will, and goddesses, cool. They saying, no, man, that's too hard. We can fight each other and have gladiator games and have wars and still be spiritual gods. We can just do it with technology. And that's what's going on, been happening on this earth right now. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and my bad for disturbing you, bro, Sanchez. I had no idea I was unmuted. But anyway, to what Larry Newton and what Tim was saying, this paradigm we're living in right now is complicated. And when I say complicated, we understand what the word complicated means. So when I say complicated, it's not something that we don't understand. When our ancestors were mastering the art of astral projection, it was necessarily a simple thing. All they had to really do was just observe their natural environment. right now today, we're using technology that that is complicated. And when scientists from NASA and all these other corporations try to explain the Earth, they use multiple explanations, like just hundreds of them, and multiple mathematical equations that seem, even for most scientists today, seem impossible to figure out. They're trying to make it complicated instead of simple, so they can keep you confused and constellated on this. When the ancestors discovered it, they didn't have to be smart to figure it out. It was simple because it was literally in their face. They didn't have indoctrination like we did today. They didn't have to go back and do the research like we did today. Their minds were clear and pure. So whatever they and took around them, they used that and utilized it to make their technological advancement, or their natural advancement, if you will, since everything that they used was made of natural energy instead of chemical based products of energy. So
Yeah, that's right, Jason. Can I just add, it's a big aspect of their plan to confuse us and to waste our time. And the way I put it is they've privatized all the real knowledge, and they use that to make a bunch of money and to enslave us with their mind control. And then they replace it with the lies to confuse us and to get us off track. So I just wanted to add that. But you're exactly right.
Yeah. That's a
And
big
one thing
fact.
definitely, Tim.
Hey, go.
wanted to add real quick, Sanchez. I'm glad that you showed that mud flood video a couple weeks ago, because that's one thing I've been asking for a while. And touching on what you were saying about how creation was created is not a thing to where we had to evolve into the technology. So it's like a concept that I just want y'all to kind of like follow me. Do you think that, like, when we were created, like how we say like our ancestors figured all this out, if we come from if we were created and we come from that direct creator, don't you think that the things that we look at as advancement of technology, don't you think we were already created with that? It's kind of like if you build a Lego world, you know what I'm saying? You don't build it
Yeah, I
and
get
then
what
say, okay, now Lego people got to create the bridges and the houses and stuff like that. It already come like that, you know what I'm saying? And the Lego people just, you know what I mean, do what they do from that point on. You know what I mean? They already preset with what to do from that point on.
Yeah, so technology isn't really an advancement at all. It only sped the world up, and if you want to say faster means smarter, then I would debate that. But
I'm not talking about technology today, because I think
yeah,
technology
I
today, like
got you.
computers and
I'm
shit
with
like
you.
that, is
Mhm.
like slow technology. I'm talking about like when we look at the cathedrals and things that we think is like churches and castles and shit like that, that advanced form of technology. We don't even know how old these buildings are in reality. You know what I mean? And then when you really look at it, could this be something that's, you know, like the pyramids and stuff like that? You know, we say like, oh, the pyramids. I'm from Illinois. It's pyramids here. It's pyramids everywhere in the world. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, is this something that was created, or is this something that was built in with? Was this world pre-built for us? You know what I'm saying? We thinking that this shit is some shit that we built. What if it was already built here for
No,
us?
I don't think I don't think it's something we built, me personally. You know what I'm saying? I do think that there is a creator. You know what I'm saying? But let me shift gears a little bit. I wanted to say something
Hold on,
else
bro.
about. I wanted to say something real quick
Just
about.
one.
Okay, okay, go ahead, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know how you always talk about the ripple effect? Maybe it's like a droplet of water. What started it? Maybe the droplet of water from the primordial sea. Okay, that's all.
Okay, so check this out. What I was gonna say, and salutes to Sister Lacey. What I was gonna say was, a thought comes perfected. Like again, let's use the example of a chair. A person thought of a chair. Now here's where evolution comes into play. Just because a person have a perfect thought don't mean they gonna build a perfect chair. So throughout the years of building chairs, it's a matter of perfecting the thought that's already perfect. You're just trying to perfect it in the physical world, not in your mind. It's already perfect there. So the physical world creates these boundaries between thought and shaping what we call the elements, and the barrier in between that is intelligence. And this is where the conversation of technology come in. A person thinks of a chair already built, but then when they try to build a chair, they realize they need tools to build a chair, and that's something they never thought of. So simply thinking of a chair made to them think of a tool that would need to build a chair, and then the tool that would be need to dismantle the chair. So all of these things that come along with the thought that existed in a perfect state will evolve over time to reach perfection in the physical world. That's how evolution play into our world. If you want to deal with thoughts evolve, because the evolution of thought is a journey to a thought to perfect itself. And once that thought reaches perfection, we never rebuild it again. Because the man who thought of the chair says at that point, that's exactly the way I thought of it. It may have took him 100 years to get it the way he thought it in the physical world, where the way he thought of it, it was perfect in his mind, but it took him 100 years to evolve that thought to the way he had it in his mind in this world. So that's just something to think about. Go ahead, guys.
Hey, yo, piggybacking off of that thing we was talking about like basically like time and like the okay, the like I don't think that the ancients wasted time being overly concerned about time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why they had your long count calendars and like these structures that was perfectly aligned with those certain wandering stars or the signs and wonders in the sky. They was able to do this because they weren't like we do today. We want to do like one person needs to do 100 things in a day instead of 2 things very well that day, for the rest of their life. And we're not so they weren't so concerned about, well, in my lifetimes I got to do 1 million things. I gotta as you state, bro, you got to be on your quest genuinely, sincerely. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be on that quest and like do that well. And if somebody says that's one thing you did well, then that's just what it was. And I too accept reincarnation. I mean, because I don't think we just come from nowhere and go back to nowhere. You know what I'm saying? We come here to try to increase this like experience that we're having, coming here or something. But like we just do that thing well, and we pick up on it every time incarnation or whatever. This like us coming here is subject to time, but it's not limited to time.
Yeah,
Or something like that.
Time can really be summed up as perception, man. If you take away every clock and every watch, and if me and you watched a bird gather a worm from the ground and go back to the nest, if I ask you how long did it take that to happen, you would say it didn't take that long. I'd say, man, it seemed like it took that bird forever. Or time wouldn't equate to, it took them this amount of minutes. I say it was about 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I think time was a vague concept to the ancients. So if I was building a house for you and you asked me, when are you going to be finished with the house? I didn't say in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I said soon or later.
Right. And you know, depending on the function of the reason that's being done, that's what kind of puts the crunch on it or like whatnot. You know, we have a lot of minds focusing on us, waiting for some like impending event. So if we set out to do a certain endeavor, that's what kind of puts the time constraints on it, because you have a collective mind hoping for a certain outcome. And like people like it is very subjective and according to perspective, because one person, you know, everybody starts to have their own individual reasons why they want to see that endeavor come to fruition. So now we set out to do this endeavor, and like if somebody does it faster than us, then they get the reign, you know, they get the seat or like whatnot. And I think that's the reason why these certain powers or whatnot always try to go out front of an endeavor, always try to have a patent and a, like, you got to register with them, you got to patent your stuff. You can what you're doing here, bro Sanchez, I swear, I've been around some deep folks. Like, I don't know if you recall, but I was telling you I was into right knowledge in the Wabu and the whole Dr. York thing and all that. I have yet to see somebody in right knowledge, aside from myself, wholeheartedly use right knowledge to admit that this is right. It's crazy, you know, we call it right knowledge and sound right
brother.
reason and all of that kind of
Yeah,
stuff. But this is right. This is what's right.
Hey, brother,
let
brother,
me
not to
show.
cut you off,
Hold
brother
up.
Sanchez, I just want to tell brother, I come from right knowledge too, and I'm completely with you, brother. Sound right overstanding, and bro, this just a moment because I never heard nobody say that before, and I studied under that chapter too.
How do you not arrive here? How do you not arrive right here
How
and
you not
recognize?
arrive right here, bro?
Hey,
I
look
don't
at this.
care.
Look
I
at
don't
this.
care what you
I done
say
heard
about
Dr.
them or
York.
none of that.
Dr. York. I do count Dr. York as a master teacher.
I do too.
All of that. But guess what? Guess what? I've never, like, I've heard a lot of things get broken down. I hear a lot of similarities, but similarities does not mean that just because I hear some similarities in what you know, bro Sanchez is speaking versus what I heard then, I'm hearing bro Sanchez bring out some stuff that by the Wabian expression would be,
because truth is true.
Absolutely. It's like, you know, what he's speaking is out formation. It's something that I've never heard from Dr. York or anybody. Oftentimes, I'm like, damn, I ain't never heard nothing like this. Look. And I'm a visual artist. I'm a graphic artist, and like sometimes I be kind of humble because I'm like, damn, I can do all this kind of stuff and all this and that, but with all my visual acuity, I'm like, damn, how come I didn't see that? How come I didn't see that? It's like boom after boom after boom. I'm like, damn, this is those DNA explosion that Doc was talking about. That's all I'm saying. Like,
and I don't want to hang
guess
it up.
what?
I'm gonna give it back to bro.
Yeah. I'm sorry, bro. Go ahead.
Off on topic. Sorry, bro. Go ahead. But yeah, bro, you're right. You should end up right here with bro Sanchez.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all, man. I'm honored and humbled. I salutes to that. Sacred geometry is the key. It's that the loudest language in the universe ain't the spoken word, but the silent symbol. And I was always obsessed with symbols as a child, which is why my journey of research set me out starting on the symbols and then tying them into the scripts and written and all of that. So I went in reverse the way they tell you to go. They tell you start with history, start with documents, start with papyrus, start with the text, start with the Torah, stop. I went in reverse. I said, I'm going to start with all of y'all symbols. And I ain't listening to no written, fuck all that. I'm going to just look at these symbols and then guess what? Base my whole shit on sacred geometry. And I want to know what the ancestors said about the symbol versus what King James wrote. And I said, because that wasn't being done. Like, your symbol is a cross, and you don't know nothing about the symbol, but you know all the scripture in the book that represent the symbol. You know all about the Bible, but you don't know nothing about the cross and how it sinks to the uterus in antiquity. So when you go back and start with the symbol and you start listening to the story of rebirth and covered in blood, and you think of childbirth and labor, and you go back to the ancient symbols of the cross, which was the uterus, and they had symbols of babies covered in blood and being raised in the church, that pops back up in the back of my mind. Wait a minute. Here go the ancestors worshiping a cross, but they saying it's a uterus. And then they got another statue over here with baby and blood revering childbirth. I heard that before. Covered in blood, rebirth, cross sign, and that's how the syncretism began. But if I had started off just on the text, I would have never made it to the uterus, to the real natural reality of this symbol and why it was revered before the Christians gave me Jesus. That's why I went sacred geometry. But it was something else I was gonna say. There's no such thing as right knowledge. There's only a such thing as knowledge. A person who said they got right. Yeah, sorry about that, y'all. I asked people to stay muted, but you know. But anyway, a person who say they got right knowledge, but they don't got left knowledge, they ain't balanced. They only know one side of the seesaw. They only got a right eye. A person who knows evil and good knows more than a person who just know good. Knowing evil and good don't mean you gotta exercise one or the other, but simply knowing is the key. So the serpent in the Bible represent the knowledge of duality, good and evil. No one forcing you to do evil, but the universe is forcing you to know it. Because if you don't know evil, you won't even know when it's being done to you. Knowledge is the key. All knowledge, right, wrong, left, right, up, down.
And bro, on that, when you, that expression, right knowledge is not like negating what you're saying at all. It is just that the things I hear you say predominantly are sound, right, and reasonable. And I can't, I will be a fool. Look, I done fell out with some brothers because of that. I mean, people who I'm like, oh shit, man, you heard about this flat earth thing. I was introduced to it that way by somebody, by like, one of my brothers, whatnot. And he didn't even take it seriously. He just brought it up to me one day, and I thought it was the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. And that wasn't from right knowledge. That was from, until I said, that wasn't from no Dr. York stuff. That was from just being in high school and hearing about Christopher Columbus and the fool thought you sail off the end of the earth and fall off type of thing. I mean, I thought it was ridiculous then. So I brought and the whole right knowledge thing, or what we were dealing with in the Wabu, we wasn't talking about, we was talking about 19 galaxies and tri-star constellations and all this kind of stuff like that. Now, by the time
right knowledge, brother,
yeah,
to add with what you're saying, right knowledge also refers to, when you talk about the right and left hemisphere of the brain, you're talking about more of a spiritual way of seeing the world.
Okay.
Because you know that the right side of the brain deals with your imagination and spirituality, and your left side more deals with the logical, physical things of the world. So it's not a right or a wrong or a left or a right. It's just a way of expressing. We know that the right hemisphere of the brain, again, is where you tap into your creative side, your awareness, your six senses. To more the left side of the brain is for physical, how much is this way, counting exact logical things. So again, what the brother said, a lot of what you be saying, Sanchez, you speak from what he said, a right-sided, sound, right overstanding of seeing the world. You see it through the third eye, which connects all three of the eyes. So yeah, it's not a right or wrong type thing. It was more of an expression to say you speaking with the spiritual mind.
Look at this, bro, straight up. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta get up out of here in a few. But check this out, yo. I'ma end with a jewel. Y'all go ahead though. We gonna go and wrap it up. I salute y'all. I appreciate that.
Hey, before you get off, bro, Sanchez, can I just add to the bill? When people make decisions and actions, how do they actually know if it's from the left or right side of their brain?
Let me show you how. When I think of a chair, that's the right side. Intuition. The right side of the brain is me thinking this chair through. How do I want it to look? Well, I thought of a brown chair that was wooden. Well, let me think of a diamond chair that's circular. See, this is all taking place in the intuitive mind, in the part you can't touch. The left brain kick in when I start grabbing wood and nails and all that. Now I got to figure out how this thought would work in the physical world. And that's when I need my left brain right there. See what I'm saying? To calculate, to see what's the best material, to smell, to say, hey, this would last longer. You know, but the right side is the one working it out in the dark before you even pick up anything. See what I'm saying? That's a good way to
I
see how
understand
they
what
play
you're
on this.
saying, but I don't think you understand the brother question. He was at saying like, how do we know that though? We going off of what the science they hook somebody up and say, think something, and
There
then
you go.
this side of your brain light up and that. But how do we know that's what the fuck is happening?
Well, check it out. Well, I'll give you this. If you want to say the left side of your brain is intuition and the right side is instinct, hey, we can reverse them. I don't care how we do it, long as we know one side is for one and the other. You know, I don't care how you reverse them, but long as we know one side from the other. Throughout antiquity, they just say the right for intuition, left for instinct. But I wouldn't really make that a biggie, long as we know that each side have a purpose.
Yeah, and just
Okay, thank you.
yeah, just for the record, that's pretty good. We talking about the right and the left hemisphere and stuff, but honestly, I was just dealing with it from Bro Sanchez again. Respect. What you're doing is sound right reasoning.
Oh yeah.
And that is the that my brother is the right kind of knowledge that we should be getting, not like all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. I wasn't talking about the actual physical scientific right side, right hemisphere.
But you know
what I'm
what?
saying? Like I was just simply saying what you're doing is the right thing. Like
And I totally appreciate and I agree with you, and not and again I'm humble, but you're even right. If we wanted to talk about right brain intuition, there's nothing to manifest with my teachings. My teachings is actually how to manifest. So that's why it'll be like you said, right side. I'm not a mechanic saying, hey guys, get your wrenches out, screw this in right here. That'll be straight left brain knowledge or information. What I'm teaching is sacred geometry, is speaking more to the part of us that deals with how to manifest thought. Like when you close your eyes, think of something that no one else in the world ever thought of, a new invention. How would you do that? See, that's hard because I know it's hard, because if we was able to do that easy, we'll be running this world and not Elon Musk and all them. Where do they get these weird, bizarre ideas from? See what I'm saying? So that's what I was saying. Like when I teach, it's the art of manifestation or how to manifest. But if I told you what to manifest and how to manifest that thing, that'll be going into left brain thinking. So it's basically how to think, period, not what to think about, which would be more left brain. I know I'm going deep because I'm on some deep shit, but I know exactly what you're saying, Larry. We on the same page. I'm just goddamn reaching and all that. But yeah, I just wanted to say that before we get out of here, man. If there's anybody who been holding back, now is the time for I close the panel. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. And I can't thank y'all enough for joining me.
Hey, bro, before I get out of here, right, I just want to say respect to all the sisters that always join your panel with positive input. I love that shit, man. I really do. And sending love from London, UK, as always.
Salutes to Sister Devanya as well. She got out of here earlier. Much love, Sister Devanya. Hey, man, y'all brothers and sisters, be safe. I'm going to try to go live again today, but if not, we'll be back soon. Hey, I got to get out of here. Peace and love, everybody.
Peace, bro. Peace, everybody. Peace, everybody on the panel.
Yeah, I didn't want to end right now, but I got to real quick, unfortunately. But salutes to everybody who sent in cash apps. I saw the Sister Devanya sending in a lot of cash apps. I want to thank you, Sister Devanya, not only for the cash apps, but for your time. I meant the super chats. Salutes to all the channel sponsors, all the Patreons, all the cash app donations, and all the super chat donations. Guys, I love every last one of you. Thank you for joining the panel today. I just like to pick your brain. Don't take me